A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Portrait of a Character.
Mister, you suppose you can fix this horn for me? I don't know. The mouthpiece is kind of worn, I guess. There's some dents in it. See, here on the bell? Oh, I dropped it one day. No, I don't want a new one. This old horn's good enough for me. I've had it a long time. It's got sentimental value, you know. Huh? No, I don't care what it costs, but I need it pretty quick. Got to play a big job, see? Me? Well, I haven't exactly played for some time. Huh? Well, that's why my horn's so out of shape. I stuff a mute into it once in a while and give it a toot, you know, real soft so as not to disturb folks. But I get complaints just the same. Noise, people say. You know how it is. But this job I'm going to play there, this is the thing, believe me. How soon can you get it fixed? No, don't toot it. Excuse me, but you know how it is. A fellow doesn't like to have other people blow his horn. You a musician? I see. Oh, I thought you might be. Got all these instruments hanging around here. Nice harps you got there. You sell many harps? Don't, huh? I like harp music. Swell instrument, the harp, but... give me the old brass thing. I'm a trumpeter, boy, that's me. Nothing like the trumpet, I always say. Old-fashioned? Well, sure, I had it a long time. No, you can have those fancy new jobs. I'll stick to the old-fashioned one. Nice balance, beautiful tone. Even with a mute. No, you can't sell me a new one, thanks. The boss gave me this, and he'd... I don't know, he wouldn't like it if I swapped it for a new one. He's got old-fashioned ideas. And so have I. I got a lot of respect for the boss. He's got a tough job, but he handles it. The only thing is these characters. Well, I suppose I'm a character, too. Aren't we all? Sure. You got people working for you? Well, you know how it is. You can take this so much and then, boom, that's all, brother. Yeah, I admire the boss's patience. He stands for a lot. Yeah, even from me. Why, for instance, I don't know if I got any lip anymore. But the boss, he doesn't care. I got a job as long as I want it. Good job, too. Practically nothing to do. And now I'm going to get to play a big date. I think I am. I'm pretty sure anyway. So that's why I want to get the horn fixed so as to be all ready for it, you know? Huh? Oh, something the boss said the other day. Sure hope my hunch is right. Anyway, I want to be prepared. A week? Oh, can't you fix it sooner than that? Well, all right. Do your best for a broken-down old trumpet player that's got a big job coming up. Thanks. You don't mind me bending your ear while you work, do you? If you got anything more important, say so. I like to talk to people. Boss says I go yada-yada all day long. He shuts me up. But people... most people give me a pain. Yeah. Like last Sunday. Huh? You run across a lot of odd characters in this racket. I overheard this fellow and this gal. No, I wasn't what you call it, eavesdropping. I just heard it. No, I was sitting on the back porch polishing up the horn there. Pretty near polished right through it, haven't I? Waiting for the boss to give me a chance to play a job. I'm just sitting there with a can of brass polish and a rag, and pretty soon I hear voices. They couldn't see me on the porch. Boy, give me a kiss, man, she said.
Give me a kiss, man.
You love me, hon?
I sure do, man.
Well, I love you, woman.
Ain't you scared, man?
Scared of what?
Scared, I mean.
Scared of what?
Well, if he comes back and finds you kissing me, he's going to give you lumps on your head.
He ain't going to give me no lumps on my head.
He's awful hardy, man.
So am I. I wish you'd come marry me.
Can't marry you. I'm married already.
Said you loved me.
Sure.
Well, if you never had no husband, would you come and marry me?
Well, I might, man. But I got a husband.
You have now.
What do you mean?
I said if you hadn't got no husband, would you marry me?
I said yes.
Well, all right.
What you talking, man?
I ain't just talking, woman.
You know you oughtn't to covet your neighbor's wife.
Why not?
Good books is not to.
Does, huh?
Sure does.
Well, I sure covet you.
You hadn't ought to.
Oh, that's for the birds.
Don't talk that way.
Why not?
Well,
You see? You ain't got no answer. See?
if my husband comes back...
If I hit him on the head with a limb off a elm tree...
Now, what are you talking, man?
I said I wasn't just talking.
You hit him on the head awful hard?
Well, pretty hard.
You kill him?
Kinda.
Dead?
Sure dead.
What for?
You know what for, woman.
You tell me what for.
You know what for.
You tell me, man.
Why, for you, woman.
To marry me?
Sure to marry me.
Oh, big dog.
Would you come marry me if I hit him on the head with a limb off a elm tree, woman?
Why, if you killed him dead, man, why, sure I would.
What do you know about that? Huh? Yeah, it's just the way I heard it. Whilst I was polishing this little old horn out there on the back porch. Hey, I forgot the middle valve sticks a little bit. Dry maybe, huh? Yeah, that's the way I heard it. Last Sunday. Huh? Do? Well, I thought I'd better tell the boss. You know, people plotting to murder somebody, people running away with each other's wife. Yeah, that's not good, I said to myself. What? Sure, I knew who they were. Yeah, a couple of the boss's people. Well, I recognized their voices. So I went to the boss and I told him. I said, boss, there's goings on here you don't know about, I said. I say that boss of mine is smarter than all get out. He heard them, too. Well, what are you going to do, boss? I said. What are you going to do? Look out, you're putting your drop the horn. I said, what are you going to do? Well, sir, he just kind of sighed. He said, son, I don't know what I'm going to do. I just can't figure it out. I've been a good boss to all these folks, haven't I? He said. I said, sure, you're the best boss anybody ever had. You're too good, boss, I said. They take advantage of you. I said, look, you keep me sitting around doing nothing. I ain't played a job since I don't know when. So wonder I don't get high someday and blow my stack, I said. You're so good to everybody, I said. They take advantage of you. My son, he said, where would you get reefers? Why, I said, they're selling them all over the place. They're just a bunch of ungrateful... Well, I said a word I wouldn't repeat. And he just sighed again. He said, I got a lot of work to do. And I come away. Huh? Oh, busy. Oh, excuse me. Well, I'll be back. A week, you said? Thanks. Take good care of the horn. It's a keepsake. You got my horn ready yet? Oh, take another week, huh? Oh, that's a shame. Can I take a look at it? I feel funny without it. Oh, thanks. It feels good. Oh, boy, will I make a big old noise with you. Okay. Thanks, mister, but hurry it up, will you? Busy? Oh, I got time. Besides, I can watch you working on the horn. Thanks. Don't mind me. Remember I told you about that couple I heard from the back porch? Yeah. I was sitting alongside the window last night. I heard them again. Oh, man. I heard her first. Just whispering to him.
What do we do with him?
Don't need to whisper. Your pa and ma is asleep.
Sure hit him over the head, man.
I sure did, didn't I? I can hit pretty hard.
You sure a dead one, man.
I said to him, hey. When he turned around, I hit him over the head.
What are we going to do with him now?
Hide him somewheres.
When we go get married?
Sure. When they find him, they'll think he just got hit with something. Nobody'll know we done it.
We done it?
Sure. You got him to come out here, didn't you, woman?
But you hit him over the head?
Sure, I hit him over the head. But I hit him for you.
How soon we going to get married?
As soon as they find him.
When'll that be?
Right soon, I hope.
You want to kiss me, man?
I sure do, woman.
Now you don't have to covet me anymore.
I sure don't, woman. How you feel?
What do you mean, how'd I feel?
How you feel since you got no husband no more?
How you expect I feel, man?
Tell me.
I don't feel no different.
Don't they?
Should I ought to feel different?
No.
You feel different since you went and busted him on the head?
Me? I never feel different.
Bet he does.
He don't feel anything. Not him.
I guess not. But he sure looked different.
When you're dead, you're dead.
Reckon he went to heaven in a handbasket?
Reckon he didn't go no place.
Not the other place, neither?
You talk foolish, woman.
Well, anyhow.
What, anyhow?
We're going to get married.
Why, sure.
You know any preacher?
Preacher?
To get married with.
Oh, I don't know no preachers.
What are we going to tell a preacher when we go to get married?
We don't tell him nothing.
Have to tell him something. He won't marry us.
Like what?
Like who you and me is and all that. Was we married before and stuff?
Ain't you never told no fibs, woman?
Oh, fibs? I told whoppers.
Well, then, we tell the preacher some whoppers.
You're awful smart, ain't you, man?
I guess there ain't nobody no smart, I guess.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Say, you tell 'em whoppers when you say you love me, man?
Wasn't no whopper.
Better not be.
I wouldn't have hit him over the head if I was telling whoppers to you, woman.
That's so, ain't it?
Sure is.
You want to kiss me again?
I don't mind.
Wait a minute. You sure you love me?
Up to bust, I do.
Well, then what are you waiting for?
I ain't waiting. Gimme.
Yes, sir, man.
Thank you kindly. Hey, who's that there sticking his head out of that window?
Where? Oh, it's Paul.
Paul, you fool! You stop sticking your long nose into our affairs, you hear me?
Is that the way to talk to your pa, honey?
Paul, you're no fool!
You hadn't ought to talk that way to your pa, woman.
You know what I'm going to do, man?
What?
I'm going to take and throw my pa and my old lady out of this here house now.
What for?
This here's my house now. Now that dead thing is dead. And I'm boss in my own house. Not a pair of old fools like my pa and my old lady.
You hadn't ought to do that, woman.
Well, hadn't I, man?
Seems like it says something in the good book about honoring your old lady and your old man.
Well, it ain't no worse than killing, man.
Just about the same as killing, I figure.
Well, that's a horse apiece, man. I bust one commandment, you bust another. It's a horse apiece.
Doggone if it ain't. You're as bad as me. Kiss me, woman.
I said the boss, that fella killed that other fella, I said. He murdered him, I said. I heard him talking about it. He just shook his head and he sighed again. I said, boss, what are you going to do about it? And he shook his head. Well, I said, I guess we ain't really got evidence to stand up in court, I said. I just heard him talking about it. I can't prove anything. But I said, boss, don't you think we ought to have him arrested or something? And he just shook his head. I said, boss... And he looked up at me. He looked at me, and I could see he was mad. You get out of here, he said. And I never saw him look so mad. What? Well, I took a powder. What? No, I don't want to buy a new one. You fix this one up. That's the best horn you ever saw, believe me. Well, sure, it's old-fashioned. I told you that, but it's mine. I want it fixed. Yeah, I'll be back. Them people, what's the world coming to? Haven't you got it fixed yet? Well, what are you doing to that horn? Listen, I got a job to play coming up, and I need it. Well, you said a week. It's been in there a week right now, and you still haven't got the dents out of it. Well, I need it, I tell you. What do you want me to do, play a oboe or a bassoon or something? I haven't got the embouchure for that. I'm a trumpeter. Well, I used to be anyway. My lip's all right, I think. Well, could you lend me a mouthpiece so as I can practice on it in my room and keep my lip in shape till the job comes up? Huh? Oh, he won't hear me. He's gone. I don't know, vacation, he said. But he's coming back. Certainly I get paid whilst he's away. What kind of a boss do you think I got? What people? Oh, them. Mister, there's something. I don't know whether I ought to tell you. You'll think I run around listening to keyholes and such. I don't. I just hear things once in a while. Boy, do I hear things. Like yesterday.
Where's your folks?
I told you I was going to kick him out.
Did, huh?
My pa bawled a lot. My old lady bellowed, too. But I just said I wasn't going to have any useless old folks standing around eating up my food, getting in my road. I pushed him outside.
Whilst it was raining?
I sure did, man.
Give me a kiss, woman.
I won't need it.
You come on, give me a kiss.
What for?
Well, you're married to me, woman.
When you gonna bring home some money, then?
I ain't got no job.
Well, you get one.
I won't neither.
Well, you won't get none of my money, man.
Well, I will.
How you gonna get it?
I might hit you over the head with a limb off an elm tree.
Yeah? And when the boss finds out, he'll have you strung up. That's what he'll do.
The boss.
Yes, the
You won't
boss.
never do that to me.
Well, you look out.
I'm not afraid of the boss.
You better be, man. You hit me over the head.
I'll hit you over the head and the boss won't do nothing at all about it, woman.
I hear you talking, man.
Well, then,
Kiss me, man.
you come here and kiss me.
Listen,
What?
you ain't scared of the boss?
I ain't scared of nobody.
He's easy going.
Sure he is. He don't do nothing about nobody.
No, he don't.
He never done anything about us killing your man.
Maybe he didn't know, though.
Everybody says he knows everything, but he don't.
He sure don't. Listen,
What?
You want money?
Why, sure.
Boss got all kinds of things.
Valuables.
He don't set no guard over things.
What are you talking, woman?
I ain't just talking, man. You take a dare?
I don't take no dares, woman.
Then I dare you, man.
Dare me what?
Go robbing and stealing in the night when nobody's looking.
I don't mind.
The boss won't miss it.
Of course he won't. He's rich.
Tonight? Tonight, man?
You coming along, woman?
Sure, I'm coming along. You think I'm afraid of the boss?
Am I boring you? Okay. Well, I sat up all night waiting for him to show up. Yeah, I'm a smarty. I was going to catch him red-handed, you see, and I was going to drag him into the boss and say, "Here, boss, look what I found." Yeah, and there they'd be with their hands full of stuff they'd stole. The boss, I figured, he'd cloud up and rain all over him. What? Yeah, I guess I must have fell asleep. I woke up and it was morning, and I looked. The safe was wide open. Boy, what they took. Yeah, I was scared stiff. Well, here I am watching for them, and they robbed the boss right under my nose. Huh? Well, I expected the boss would fire me anyway, so the best thing I could do was go to him and tell him. Sure, I told him. You know what he said? Yeah, he just shook his head. I know what he said. I know it, son. I said, "Boss, look, how long are you going to let this go on?" I said, "Lying and murdering, boss, and kicking their poor old folks out in the street and coveting other people's wives and everything, boss." I said, "You know about it, boss. I told you all the things I know about, boss. You letting them get away with murder, boss." And he just sat there and looked at me. He looked at me a long time, and I said, "Yes, and boss, on top of everything else, here they come and rob you." I said, "That's all, boss, when they rob you." And besides, boss, I said, you know, me, the clever guy, besides, they said they're not afraid of you. I don't think I ought to have said that. He looked at me and he said, "Son, you're not afraid of me either. Are you?" And I busted right out crying. I know it sounds like I'm a sissy or something, but I said, "No, sir, boss, I'm not afraid of you. I love you, boss." Well, I said, "Boss, that's the trouble. It makes me so mad, these people. And you sit there and you take it, and you know they're guilty, and they go right on and..." Well, after a minute, I kind of run down, I guess. So he waits a while, and he says, "Well, son, one of these days I'm going to lose my patience, I'm afraid." Man, you should have seen his face. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was closing time. Here I sat and made yada the yada thing, kept you from working on my horn. Okay, I'm sorry. Tomorrow, maybe? I sure need that old horn, you know. Well, good night. The horn ready yet? Ah, well then, I'll wait. It sure looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah, you got the dents out all right. That's a nice job. Oh, sure, they're still at it. Since the boss went away on vacation, it's been something, brother. I was going to tell you about the other day. The day he told me about the job I'm going to play. You're not a musician, you said. Yeah, you haven't got an idea how good it feels after you've been on the shelf so long. How it feels when you got a job to play coming up. Ah, man, it's wonderful. Huh? Oh, them. Yeah. I was asleep under the apple tree, you see, and they woke me up talking. Yeah, if I had my way, but I just worked there. That woman.
Neighbors. I say neighbors, man.
I'm going to pop that fella any day now.
Uppity ways, sashaying along the street as if she owns it.
And him. He's got 3 suits of clothes.
The way she talks, man. Mrs. Uppity, Lord the door.
Him and his horse and buggy.
We got no horse and buggy, man. And she invited me to tea, don't you know?
Tea.
Well, give her tea.
Know what I done, woman?
What?
Know that there dog of theirs?
That measly little Feist.
He's dead.
How he dead?
Poison.
Serves him right, man.
I hate 'em.
I hate 'em too, man.
And they hate us.
They sure do.
One thing, they don't like the boss, though.
The boss.
We sure making a fool out of him, ain't we?
You know what I think, man?
What do you think, woman?
I don't think there is no boss.
Don't.
Don't never see him. Don't never hear him.
Just hear about him.
Never does nothing.
We bust along, he don't do nothing.
All them things in the book.
Them's for the birds, woman.
Wish we had a new boss.
We ain't got no boss at all.
Yes, we have.
Who's this boss?
Reckon we're the boss ourselves.
Why, sure, woman, we're the boss.
Do like we please, man.
Do like we please.
Storm coming up, I said. I got up to the ground. I went into the house. I tell you, mister, I was fit to be tied. Mad. I went into the house and I said, Boss, listen. Boss, listen, this has got to stop right now. I said murder and coveting and lying and stealing and kicking the old folks out. All that's bad enough. But when they get to talking like this, look, boss, I said, what are you going to do about it? It was thundering again while I talked. I couldn't see any clouds. And I said, what are you going to do about it, boss? Well, sir, he looked at me. I could see tears rolling down his cheeks. But at the same time, I could see he was mad, too. He don't get mad often, but when he does. And he got up and he said, Son, I want you to take a little gift out to those people. I said, gift? He said, yes, take them this for a gift, a play toy. And he handed me this thing. He said, what is it, boss? What is it, I said. Well, he said, well, I tell you, I've been awful patient, if I do say it myself. Then I said, sure you have, boss. So, I'm going on a vacation, he said to me. Then, before I go, I want you to give this thing to the people. Well, what is it, boss? I said with my mouth hanging open. Well, son, he said, it's just a little old Adam. Adam, I said. Like Adam and Eve? No, quite the opposite, he said. Then he wasn't smiling at all. This one spelled A-T-O-M. So I said, well, I don't get it, boss. But what you say goes. And I started out. Then he says, wait a minute. I said, yes, sir. He says, if I were you, Gabriel, I'd get that old horn of yours fixed up. I have a hunch that there'll be a big job for you to play any day now. So, how's about it? Can I have it now? The title of today's Quiet Please story is Portrait of a Character. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And the woman was Athena Lord. The man was Charles Eggleston. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for the word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. I have a story for you next week called Is This Murder?
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment. For this is a time of mystery. A time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour.
Remember Hugo Carteret? Why, of course you do. The brilliant criminologist and charming gentleman who had such a wonderful flair for solving crimes, which carried a hint of the macabre and savored of the supernatural. He died back in the 20s, and they say that everybody from the 400 of Park Avenue to the 400,000 of the Bowery and Hell's Kitchen came to his funeral. Anyway, Hugo Carteret left his memoirs, and the very first chapter deals with an infamous crime, which in June of the year 1922 threw all of New York City into an uproar of horror. Such was the case of the Lonesome Corpse. Greystone Park used to be the private estate of old Caleb Greystone, eccentric recluse and incidentally millionaire many times over. When Caleb died, he willed the estate to the city of New York. The city fathers, properly grateful, promptly converted the estate into a park. It was public in that it was open to the public, but it had a private look because a 15-foot wall of polished stone completely surrounded it. One day, back in June of 22, a big car drove up to the only entrance. In the back seat of the limousine was William Marsden, wealthy lawyer and executor of the Greystone estate, and he had come to inspect the ground.
You wait here in the car, Edward.
Yes, Mr. Marsden. Will you be long, sir?
I don't think that's any of your business. I pay you to chauffeur me around, not to ask me questions.
Yes, sir. I was only bringing up the fact that it's getting dark, and you said you had to be at the plaza by 9.
I'm perfectly able to take care of my own business, Edward. I'll mind mine and you mind yours. You wait here in the car till I'm through in the park. Understand?
Yes, Mr. Marsden.
Hey, Joe. Yeah? How do you suppose that big shot lawyer Marston disappeared? Think his chauffeur had something to do with it?
I don't know, Tom.
I don't get it. He tells his chauffeur to wait, walks into this here park, and never comes out. Chauffeur hears a scream inside the park, and that's all.
You're scared too easy, Tom. 9, that's nice. Just broke my shovel. Well, I have to go over to the tool house and get another one.
But, Joe, the tool house is way over the other end of the park.
So what?
It's getting dark. It ain't healthy to be in this place after dark. Let's knock off, Joe. We can finish digging these flower beds tomorrow.
If we knock off, we'll both be looking for a new gardener job tomorrow. Andrew, the superintendent, told us to finish up tonight, and that's what we got to do.
Look, Joe, don't leave me. I got an idea there's something running around this park we don't know nothing about. When I think of that lawyer Marston,
So, you've seen ghosts now, huh, Tom? Well, there ain't no ghost or nothing else that can scare Joe Zanetti. You wait for me here. If you see a boogeyman, why, just offer him a drink and ask him to stick around, huh?
Police headquarters, Sergeant Hogan speaking. What? You saw a light floating around in Greystone Park? What kind of a light? Purple, eh? You see anything else? What? A white ghost walking down the park road, eh? All right. Don't get excited. We'll send a squad car to investigate right away.
Hello, Sergeant Hogan.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carteret. Miss Smith?
Oh, I see you know my special assistant.
Of course he does, Hugo. The sergeant and I are old friends. We met at the policeman's ball.
Keeping you busy these days, Sergeant?
Busy? Mr. Carteret, we sure need your help in this case. The commissioner's going nuts inside. And you ought to hear the double talk coming in over this wire. This Greystone Park business has got the people living around there walking around in circles. They're seeing everything from the king of the pixies to the ghost of my great-grandmother.
I don't wonder. I've been working up a few shivers about it myself.
Is Commissioner Williams in, Sergeant?
Yeah. Go right into his office, Mr. Carteret. He's expecting you.
Thank you.
Here comes another screwball report.
Come on, Ann.
Police headquarters. Sergeant Hogan speaking. What? You heard some kind of animal howling in Greystone Park? What kind of animal?
So, Joe Donetti left you to get a new shovel, eh, Farrell? And then a little later, you heard a scream.
Yes, sir. It come from far off, and it must have been Joe.
Oh, hello, Hugo. Miss Smith?
Commissioner?
Well, I guess that'll be all, Farrell. Stay pretty close to home, though. We may need you later.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that was Tom Farrell, the gardener. Hard to get anything out of him. He's so jittery. He's convinced there's some kind of murdering thing running around loose in that park. So is Mars and the chauffeur. And I'm convinced they're both telling straight stories.
I trust you searched the park thoroughly, Commissioner.
Oh, of course I have, Hugo. Had a detail practically scrape every foot of the area with a fine-tooth comb.
And you found nothing, Commissioner Williams?
Nothing. Until yesterday morning.
Oh, you have a clue?
Yes, if you want to call it that, Hugo. But, well, it's almost incredible. Fantastic on the face of it. Hugo, we need your help badly. We're at our wits' ends down here, and I haven't even asked.
Well, naturally, Commissioner, I'd be delighted. There's a touch of the macabre and supernatural here that I find very interesting. Don't you, Anne?
I'm not so sure.
Now then, Commissioner, you said something about a clue.
Yes. Donetti, the missing gardener, was wearing hobnail shoes. The road was soft from the recent rain, and we were able to trace his footsteps as far as they went.
What do you mean, as far as they went?
I mean those footprints stopped dead in the middle of the road.
What?
Right next to Caleb Greystone's tomb in the center of the park. It was just as though some giant bird of prey picked Donetti up and carried him off.
But, my dear Williams, that doesn't make sense.
I know it doesn't, but it happened.
Donetti couldn't vanish like that, unless he had wings.
Maybe he does have wings now.
You know, Anne, I can't get those footprints out of my mind. They interest me.
They scare me.
In fact, I think I'll stop in at Greystone Park and have a look at them.
You mean now?
Yes.
Oh, but Hugo, it's midnight, and there's something dangerous roaming around in that park. Something deadly. Why not wait until tomorrow in the daylight?
Because the things that happen in Greystone Park, Anne, seem to happen at night. Here we are.
Yes. Peaceful, serene Greystone Park. The place that people just hate to leave.
You should have let me drop you at your apartment, Anne. This is no place for a girl.
Oh, no, Mr. Carteret. I'm going right with you.
Well, here's the gate. It's the only entrance or exit. Let's try it. Neatly locked with a heavy iron chain and padlock.
The police want to keep people out, and I think it's a wonderful idea.
Either that or they want to keep something in.
The thing in this part couldn't be stopped by chains or padlocks.
Well, they're not going to stop us either. Here, Anne, I'll boost you up to the top of this stone wall and climb up myself. Come on. There you are. How's the view up there?
Oh, lovely.
Now then, Mr. Carteret, let's see what kind of a second-story man you are. I haven't done this since I was a boy. This wall is higher than it looks. You all right, Anne?
Just dandy.
Well, now, I'll drop down and then catch you. All right, Anne. Just let yourself go.
All right, but don't miss.
There you are.
Listen, what was that?
Only the wind.
Oh, I thought I heard someone calling.
Why, Anne, you're trembling.
You're telling me. Hugo, where are we going?
Up this road until we reach the place where that missing gardener's footprints stop.
Right next to that big square tomb in the center of the park, according to Commissioner Williams.
Mm-hmm. That's the Greystone Mausoleum. All that remains of old Caleb Greystone, the philanthropist, lies within it. And that's the statue of old Caleb himself standing on the roof of the tomb.
How nice. I hope you realize that William Marsden and Joe Donetti walked along this same road at night, and they did...
What's wrong?
I felt a cold hand on my face.
That isn't a hand, it's a leaf on the end of a twig. Poor kid. You're frightened, aren't you?
Who, me? I'm scared to death. I'm so scared my hair's standing on end. It's ruined my permanent. Oh, Hugo.
What is it, Anne?
That statue on the top of the mausoleum. The statue of Caleb Greystone.
Yes? Well, what about it?
It's moved.
What? Now, wait a minute, Anne.
Hugo, I tell you it moved. I saw it lift one of its arms and turn its head in the moonlight.
Now, Anne, it's just that you're on edge. What you saw was a mirage brewed out of moonlight and your own imagination. That statue's made of stone. Stone statues don't move. Come on, we leave the road and go down this hollow. Well, here we are. Here's the tomb. And here's Donetti's footprints, just as the commissioner said. They're pretty faint, but... Wait a minute.
What is it, Hugo?
Look up at that statue of Caleb Greystone. Up there on the mausoleum roof.
What about it?
Well, when we saw it on the other side of the hollow, it faced toward the road, didn't it?
Why, yes.
Now it's facing away from the road.
And it did move, Hugo. It did move.
More than that, Anne. While we lost sight of it down in that hollow, it turned completely around. The strange phenomenon of the restless statue intrigued Hugo Carter at no end. Like a hound after his quarry, he scrambled to the roof of the mausoleum and made a thorough examination of both the statue and the roof in the moonlight. He reported his findings to Police Commissioner Williams, and the next morning, in the light of day, they revisited the scene.
You two up there better be careful. That roof's slippery.
Oh, we'll be all right, Anne. Here, Commissioner. Watch what happens when I grasp this statue.
Yeah, interesting, Hugo. It turns loosely on that upright bar.
Yes. And I've no doubt that old Caleb Greystone is turning down below in his tomb at this sacrilege we're committing on his image. You know what, Commissioner?
What?
This statue isn't marble through and through. It's merely a marble surface on a light aluminum base. A man could lift it right off this support and walk off with it over his shoulder.
Yes, he could. Well, not that it proves anything. But these scratches on this polished stone roof, almost looks as though they led to the door of the crypt on the other end of the roof.
It's hard to tell. I tried the door of the crypt last night. It was locked. Yeah, it's still locked.
Hey, it's a massive tomb. Big enough to take care of 20 dead millionaires.
Yes, you'd think old Caleb Greystone would be pretty lonely down there.
And his condition to be lonely anywhere. Well, Hugo, where do we go from here?
Let's have a talk with the park superintendent, Commissioner. His office is over there on the left. Maybe he'll be able to throw a little light on the proceedings. As the old saying goes, you never can tell.
Well, Mr. Andrews, this is Hugo Carter, the criminologist, and his special assistant, Miss Smith.
How do you do?
Andrews, how do you do?
Oh, yes, I've heard of you. How do you do?
As superintendent of the Greystone Park, Mr. Andrews, we thought you might give us a little information on that tomb.
Always glad to help the police, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. Now then, has that statue of Caleb Greystone
always faced the road?
Why, yes, as far as I know.
It doesn't now, Mr. Andrews. You can see for yourself through the window.
Why, bless my soul, you're right, Mr. Carter. Now, how do you suppose that happened?
That's what we hope to find out.
Interesting idea to build a statue of yourself and put it on your own mausoleum.
Mr. Greystone had it made in memory of himself as a reminder to the public that he had converted his private estate into a park for their benefit.
Mm-hmm. Somewhat of an egotist, huh?
And from what the newspaper files say, eccentric. They practically accused old Caleb of dealing in black magic and selling his soul to the devil.
Oh, I understand the whole family was rather peculiar, Mr. Andrews.
Well, yes, I suppose it's true. There were all sorts of rumors. Old Caleb was the eldest son, and he hated the rest of his family. Cheated them out of the family fortune, they say. It's said that he drove his own brother Arthur into poverty.
Yes, I remember the case. Arthur Greystone disappeared. Bureau of Missing Persons never did locate him.
Mr. Andrews, that mausoleum out there is a pretty massive affair. Is old Caleb the only one buried there?
Yes. As I said, he hated the rest of the family. He specified in his will that only he was to be buried there.
That wasn't very hospitable of him.
So old Caleb has that whole place all to himself, huh?
What are you getting at, Hugo?
Yes, that's what I'd like to know, too.
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. It's just that these cases of abnormal psychology interest me. Yes, Commissioner, they interest me no end. Come in. Oh, hello, Anne.
Hello, Hugo. Relaxing at the piano, I see.
Yes. Would you like me to stop?
No, I like that melody you're playing.
So do I. You know, music brings a certain clarity to the jumbled mind. It resolves things. It's a mental lullaby. Where have you been, Anne?
Down at police headquarters. Poor Commissioner Williams.
Why poor Commissioner Williams?
Every newspaper in town is clamoring either for a solution to this Greystone Park mystery or a new police commissioner.
Yes, I know. It's a pity. You know, Anne, Frank Williams is not only a gentleman, he's our friend. I think the time has come for us to try and crack this case.
The time has come, all right, but how?
Well, we've seen the outside of Caleb Greystone's tomb. It might be interesting to have a look at the inside.
The inside?
Yes. I've got an idea that's where our solution lies.
But how are you going to get in? That door of the crypt on the roof is locked tight.
Well, Anne, if I may boast a little, I have a certain skill with burglar tools.
Yes, I know, but you can't go there in broad daylight and burglarize somebody's mausoleum.
I don't propose to go there in broad daylight.
You mean we're going tonight?
I mean, I'm going tonight. I'm taking you home right after dinner.
Oh, no, you don't. You need someone to hold your flashlight. And besides, I'm just mad about mausoleum. Oh, it's a lovely evening. And outside of this storm, it's just as black as...
Oh, look out, Anne. This stone roof is slippery. Careful now. The door of the crypt is right over here. Now keep your flashlight trained right on this lock. But wait a minute. How did that happen?
How did what happen?
Why, the door of the crypt is unlocked.
Unlocked?
Yes. Somebody's been here ahead of us.
Oh, dear. It's awfully dark down there. What are we going to do now?
We're going inside.
But there may be someone in there.
But I'll find out. You wait out here.
Oh, no, Hugo Carteret. I'm not going to stand out here alone. I'm going in with you.
Have it your own way. We'll take this hammer with us. It may come in handy. Careful now. There are stairs leading down into the crypt. You stay close to me.
Hugo, I'm practically hugging you to death right now. Oh, it's cold in here.
Well, it's dry at any rate.
It's dark as pitch. I can't see a thing.
Here, Anne, you take the hammer. Let me have the flashlight. Now, let's have a look.
Oh, Hugo, look. There are two men lying there on the floor. They must be...
Yes. The two men who disappeared in Greystone Park. William Marsden and Joe Donetti.
Are they?
Yes, I'm afraid they are. Oh, poor devils. Nobody would think of looking for them in here.
How were they killed?
They've got deep red marks around their throats. Typical of some kind of strangling cord.
Oh, it's horrible. Why were they brought here? Why would anybody want to do a thing like this?
The motive, Anne, like everything else in this tragic case, was abnormal. I'm beginning to see now why. Anne, listen.
there.
Yes.
It's not by the crypt door. Hugo, do you think it's the restless statue?
Perhaps. I do know it's the killer. And he's coming down the steps. Put out that flashlight and flatten yourself against the wall.
Good evening. Oh, come now. I know you're in here. I can see in the dark better than you think. I have eyes like a cat. I saw you coming through the trees. I left the crypt door open for you. You walked right in, you fools. You walked right in.
Who are you?
Why, my name is Arthur Greystone. This is the Greystone tomb. I live here with my friend.
So you killed these two men?
Yes, it was lonesome here. I wanted my brother Caleb over there in the casket to have company. He wanted to sleep alone in this big, beautiful mausoleum. It was so selfish of him, so selfish. But now he has two others to sleep with him. And soon he'll have four.
You took the statue of your brother off the supporting rod, didn't you, Arthur? It was light enough to carry. You hid it here in the tomb and posed as your brother's statue. In the dark, your victims couldn't see that the statue was alive. You dropped a cord around their necks as they passed below.
You're very clever, my friend. No, I wouldn't move if I were you. I have the strangling cord here in my hand, and I'm very good at using it.
Why did you do all this?
My brother Caleb cheated me in life. Drove me into poverty. Then he tried to cheat me even in death. He built this tomb and willed that only he would sleep here.
This is your idea of revenge, filling his tomb with sleeping companions.
Yes, I've waited years to get even. Caleb wanted to be alone, but now he'll never be alone. He'll never be able to realize his dying wish. Well, this talk has been very pleasant. Yes, indeed, but now we must get to work. I'll take you first, young lady. Please don't try to resist. I assure you I'm very strong. And really, I don't want to make you suffer.
Look out, Anne! I can't let you drive me with your flashlight, will you? You fool, I can't hold it. I can do it with my bare hands. Oh, yeah. I'm stronger than you do here. Nice work, Anne. You handle a hammer like a carpenter.
Oh, Hugo, I'm afraid I killed him.
No, you just stunned him, that's all, Anne. I'll tie him up in his own cord in a moment. But first, let's have a good look at him with this flashlight. Lift that white hood of his, will you, Anne?
Hugo, it's Tom Farrell, the gardener.
And so ended the case of the Lonesome Corpse, and another chapter in the memoirs of Hugo Carteret. Arthur Greystone had disappeared, only to reappear close to his brother's mausoleum as Tom Farrell, the gardener, a convenient alias. And the city of New York breathed a certain relief when this murderer, obsessed and poisoned by his macabre idea of revenge, finally went to the chair.
Shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubt and fear. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory. In the haunting hour.
of fate. Fate plays no favorites. It could happen to you.
Book 22, page 475.
In the Diary of Fate.
Yes, here it is. The name John Carthage, Doctor of Medicine. In just a moment, John Carthage will awaken from a drug-induced sleep. He is alone in his luxurious mountain lodge. The last few days have been a strain which sapped his energy. A brilliant and almost miraculous piece of surgery performed upon one who had influenced his well-ordered and meticulous existence. And in just a little while, John Carthage will be dead. As I am preparing to write the final entry on his page, John Carthage is bitterly railing against me and his forgetfulness regarding a little thing. Yes, John Carthage, in a very short while, you will realize the true meaning of fate. In a moment, I will read from the record of Dr. John Carthage in The Diary of Fate. I hope you'll understand. Yes, John Carthage, if it were not for a little thing, you would not now be alone in your lodge. And at this moment, aware that for you the end is certain. While there is still time, I want to go over your page in my diary. It was during the long-planned weekend at your mountain retreat. You and your lovely young wife, Jane, in company with Dr. Baldwin, were awaiting the return of Mason Gray from a hunt. Remember?
John, come quickly. What's wrong? What's the matter? Outside, hurry.
What's the trouble, John?
John, look. Oh, no. Great Scott.
Oh, Mason. Mason, darling. Oh, my precious Mason.
How in the world did he make it? And on the horse, too. Get a flashlight quickly, Jane. Doctor, help me get him down. All right. Take a seat, all right? How awful. His gun must have exploded. Abdominal. Hemorrhaging badly, too. Let's cut away the clothing and expose the area, Doctor. Will you get my bag from the station wagon? We'll curtail hemorrhage and pour sulfur in the opening.
Yes, John Carthage. That was a very important entry on your page. Everything had been so carefully thought out. And then something had happened to alter the course of things. To John Carthage, life had been well ordered. His practice was precise and skillful. And once in the beginning, idealistic and humanitarian. But the ideals Dr. John Carthage had as a graduate physician were gradually smothered by a growing prestige. There was the night, John, that you had arrived home late and went to your wife's room. Remember?
Jane, I'd like to speak with you a moment.
I'm so tired. Can't it wait till morning?
No, it can't.
Oh, very well. Now what's bothering me?
Mason Gray.
Oh, that again. It's so late and I'm so
Jane,
tired.
we've got to settle this thing. You must stop seeing Gray having anything to do with him.
Why shouldn't I see Mason? His work on low-cost housing has given me something worthwhile to do. takes up the endless days and nights of being alone.
Oh, what excellent company you choose. A worthless, unsuccessful, nincompoop architect.
A man of ideals. A man such as you might have been if money and success hadn't gone to your head.
Oh, Tommy Rod. The man's taken you in.
No, he hasn't. When we were married 5 years ago, you wanted to help people. You were going to be a friend of the poor. You were never going to turn away from a sick man because he couldn't pay you a big fee. I think that's why I fell in love with you, Don. But you certainly have changed.
I've given you a good life. There's nothing you want that you can't have.
Nothing I can't buy, except the feeling that I'm of some use to someone. That I'm needed by someone.
Certainly you're not in love with Gray.
I'm not sure. But if I am, you've driven me to it by leaving me alone. You may not know it, but you don't care for me anymore.
You know that isn't true.
How about your outside interests? All the little Marys and Alices.
Oh, stop
and the diamond bracelet you gave Mrs. Glenn. That's the only one I know about, but there must be others. John, I want a divorce. I want to make something of my life.
Then you are in love with Mason Gray.
Even if I never saw Mason again, I still want a divorce. I want my freedom.
I can't believe that. You are in love with him, aren't you?
I'll admit we've had a great deal of companionship.
Jane, you'll stop seeing Gray and there'll be no more talk of divorce.
And if I don't do what you say?
You'll stop seeing Gray if I have to ruin him. If I have to run him out of town. He'll never have you regardless of what I have to do to keep you two apart.
I'll answer it. The servants are asleep. If you haven't awakened them with your loud talk. Hello?
Is Dr. Carthage there?
Why, he's retiring now. Is it important?
This is Dr. Baldwin.
Oh, yes, Dr. Baldwin. Just a moment, please. John, you better answer.
Hello, Dr. Baldwin.
Hello, Dr. Carthage. Going to bed, old boy?
Oh, well, I have a bad headache. Is there an emergency at the hospital?
No, but there is some fine news for you that I thought you might want to hear.
Fine. What is it?
Carthage, I've suggested that the governor consult you.
The governor?
Yes, I thought that would wake you up. He will phone for an appointment when he comes down here at the end of the month.
Hey, that's wonderful. I certainly appreciate your thought of me.
Yes, it meant a great deal for you, John Carthage, to have the governor as a patient. Another jewel in the crown of prestige. You went to your room, but the good news did not make you happy. Your hatred of Mason Gray welled up within you until he loomed as a threatening factor which you had to eliminate. Sleep did not come until you had made a decision. It was then that I, Fate, made another entry on your page. You remember the next day at the hospital?
Dr. Stan, please call, sir.
Carthage! Dr. Carthage!
Please call,
I say, Dr. Carthage. Yes, Dr. Baldwin, I'm sorry.
You must have a serious problem under consideration.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't notice. I was wrapped up in the problem.
Nothing serious, my boy?
Huh? Oh, no. Case, you know how it is.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to tell you that you had better get some practice with your trigger finger.
What? I don't understand.
Shooting. I'll be able to accept your invitation for a weekend at your lodge after all.
Oh, of course, yes. I'm glad to have you.
Surely you hadn't forgotten.
Oh, not at all. How's this weekend?
Good. Splendid shooting up there, too. Nice crowd you have there. And Jane's an excellent host.
Well, thanks. I guess the whole crowd will be there.
Good, Carthage. You know, that fellow Mason Gray. Amusing, these fellows with radical ideas about what sort of living a poor man's entitled to.
Why, I hadn't thought about it. Oh, yes, Dr. Baldwin. It's an excellent idea. Having Gray there. Why, he'll account for a great deal of amusement.
So, that's my story, Mason, and I'm afraid that now this is the end.
Suppose I insist upon seeing you. There's been nothing wrong.
Sensible. We've had a splendid friendship, and you've given me an interest in something worthwhile. Before, I felt useless to the entire world, including my husband.
And you got nothing more from our friendship?
Let's be neither romantic nor dramatic, Mason.
Jane, I must say this. As long as John has decided to read something into our association that didn't exist, I must say that in part he's right.
Mason, please don't complicate things.
You must have guessed that I like you much more than I should. Jane, I love you, and you know you're in love with me.
I don't think I'm in love with anyone. All I want now is freedom to start over. I told John that if I'd never met you, that I'd still want a divorce. Of course, with his ego, he can't see it.
And neither do you.
Please give me just one chance to straighten out my life. I must figure things out. Once I'm free again, I know I can find myself. Until then, it's goodbye, Mason.
It's just as well, John Carthage, that you weren't present at that meeting. You had a plan in mind. A plan that would forever remove the danger of Mason Gray. That plan, however, required the appearance of a conciliatory attitude toward Jane. So that evening, you were different from the overbearing egomaniac you had become.
Jane, it's difficult to speak about last night.
I'd rather not. I haven't changed my mind.
But I must say that I'm sorry, Jane. I spoke in anger and in hate. I spoke from jealousy and the fear of losing you. See, in my own way, I love you very much, darling. I shan't even ask you not to see Gray. All I ask is that you delay your decision a little while. Think things over.
John, if I thought there was the slightest chance that we'd come to an understanding...
There is. Now, please, all I ask is a chance. Why, tomorrow I'm going up to the lodge to prepare for the weekend. We promised Dr. Baldwin and Mason Gray the last time they were up.
Mason Gray?
Yes.
Are you really going to invite him? After everything you said about him? After what you accused us of?
I meant what I said. And I'll be friendly with him because I do trust you. Oh, Jane, give me this one chance.
A chance for what, John Carthage? A very pretty speech. And very effective with Jane. But fate knew what was in your mind. That insincere speech about a new start and the hand of friendship. Yes, it was very effective in masking your plan. Your plan of death for Mason Gray. In a moment, I will read again from your page in The Diary of Fate. In your mind, John Carthage, the taking of the life of the man who threatened your home was justified. And you were nervous, highly irritated, when on your arrival at the lodge, you suddenly recalled that it was Gamson, the caretaker's day off. But also, it would give you time to prepare the plan you were perfecting without other eyes observing your work.
Getting run down. Leads haven't been raked up. Look at that gate in the corral. Confound it. Ripped the sleeve on my new jacket. What a nasty scratch on my arm, too. I told Gamson time and again that someday a horse would get a nasty cut from those rusty nails. That senile old fool. See. Oh, yes, I remember. Put it in the locker with my saddle. The best shotgun on the market this time. Dad brought down many a fine bird with it. understand the breech has cracked. That can be repaired temporarily. No graphite rubbed into the crack. With a heavy loaded shell, it'll explode right in your face, Gray.
You did your work well, John Carthage. The gun was certain to explode and kill the one firing it. No one but you knew that it was broken. Yes, it would pass the closest scrutiny. You smiled with self-satisfaction. Then remember that weekend you successfully restrained your nervousness as you awaited the results of your plan.
What's the matter, Jane?
I'm worried about Mason. He should have been back long ago.
Nothing to worry about, my dear. The shooting was probably so good he overstayed. But to allay your fears, Jane, I'll walk down the trail a ways and see if I can find any traces. John! John, come quickly!
What's wrong? What's the matter?
Outside, hurry!
What's the trouble, John?
John, look!
Oh, no. Great God.
Oh, Mason. Oh, Mason, darling. Oh, Mason.
How in the world did he make it? And on the horse. Get a flashlight quickly, Jane. Doctor, help me get him down, will you? Oh, how awful. His gun must have exploded.
Abdominal. Hemorrhaging badly.
Let's cut away the clothing and expose the area. All right. Doctor, get my bag from the station wagon, will you? We'll curtail hemorrhage and pour sulfur in the opening.
Thanks, Jane. John, you hold the flashlight. Jane, quick. You get John's bag from the station wagon. I'll stay here and help him.
Darling.
He isn't dead yet. Go get my bag, quick.
Hold the light over here, John, so I can cut away the shirt. We've got to get him to the hospital, quick. There may be a slim chance, but I doubt it.
During the wild ride, your thoughts were mixed, John. Hatred, the hope that Mason would die before reaching the hospital, and bitterness for your wife. Baldwin was mildly surprised at Jane's sudden and open revelation of her love for Mason. And Mason Gray's thoughts were not of this world, for he was in a coma, except for the few seconds he revived sufficiently to gasp out the few words that the gun had exploded. Then the wild ride was over, and they soon had Mason Gray in the operating room. In the surgeon's lounge, you and Baldwin were talking, remember?
John, he might pull through.
I hope so. I feel I'm responsible.
Nonsense. It was an accident. But if anyone can save him, it's you.
I? Why, I can't. Why, look at my hands. I'm so shaken I can't operate. Get Kopak. He's good.
No, he's on vacation. And the only other man I trust this to is Swerdling.
Oh, I couldn't do it. Can't you understand?
More than you think, Carthage. I don't wish to be embarrassing, but if you pull him through, the brilliant physician saving his friend's life, I think it would be good all the way around.
Yes, I see.
It would be good, you thought. You would appear to do your best. The operation would be a success, but the patient would die. That was your intention as you started the keen search for fragments of the breech block. You wondered what strange quirk caused the gun to explode against the abdomen instead of against the head of Mason Gray as you had planned. But now you must concentrate.
Pulse. Respiration. Pulse 120. Respiration very shallow. Give him the adrenaline. Giving 1 cc of adrenaline.
The powder burns you excised swiftly. Then the search through the viscera for perforations. There were a number, and each must be neatly trimmed, sutured.
Pulse up to 150, Doctor.
This was your chance to let him die. You've done about all you could. No one in this room could accuse you. Then your eye caught something. Something in that torn and mangled abdominal cavity. Your voice quickened.
Pulse 165. Give him carbon.
Now you were your old competent self. Your hands worked like swift machines. And you spoke to the assistant surgeon.
Dr. Ralph, I want a piece of that tissue for biopsy.
Yes, John Carthage. You could still look other physicians in the eye proudly. Now you knew that Mason Gray would come out of this operation miraculously healed of a deadly gunshot wound. And your victory was yet not lost. But fate was waiting. Remember when you went back to the lodge that same night?
Jane. Jane.
Oh, John, I expected you to phone.
I wanted to tell you about Gray. I operated. Barring complications, he'll be all right. He'll recover. It may take some time to convalesce.
Thank you. I behaved so miserably before Dr. Baldwin.
Now I'm certain you're in love with Gray.
I didn't know until this happened, believe me.
Regardless of that, if you still want your freedom, I really won't stop you. But there's one proviso.
Mm-hmm.
That you get a quiet divorce in Las Vegas, then marry Gray at once. But I shan't support him. You must move to some other city.
I don't want any of your money.
I hope neither of you will ever regret it.
Honey, this is really wonderful of you to understand.
Please call Jansen. I need a good stiff drink.
He didn't come. Probably in a drunken town. I'll get the drink for him.
No, thanks. I think I'll go to bed. I don't feel too well.
If you don't mind, I think I'll drive into town.
Tonight?
I'm dreadfully sorry, but I'd like to go into the city.
Why be sorry? I understand. Good night, Jane. And goodbye.
Now, John Carthage, you were alone in your mountain lodge, and you could enjoy your secret. For in that operating room, you saw an all too familiar manifestation. It changed your plans completely. You decided to use all of your skills to save Gray, to bring Jane and her love together for a very few months. Then, because of the tiredness and tension, you decided to take enough sedative to ensure a good sleep. You lay down expecting to sleep at least 12 hours. But before sleep came, you relived those moments when you took that small bit of tissue from Gray's abdominal cavity to the laboratory. Remember how you examined it carefully under the microscope? The tentative diagnosis you had made was substantiated.
It is. This is better punishment for you than a sudden death. Cancer. Yes, cancer. The first symptoms you'll blame on the old wound, then the pain will gradually increase. If you have enough money, you'll not be able to work. Jane will work for you. Yes. Work to pay the medical bills. Work against fate to buy drugs to ease those pains. The surgery tonight will advance metastasis. No. I hope not too rapidly. A long and painful illness to you, Mason Gray. And the best of it to Jane.
Now it is time for me, Fate, to write the final entry. Yes, John Carthage, you made your choice. And now the pen will write. The plan is complete. Finished. Hear well, you who think that fate is unkind, and listen. For in a moment I will read the last entry on the page of John Carthage in The Diary of Fate. John Carthage, you are awakening from your drug-induced sleep. And in a short while, you will be dead. You plotted a murder, and you really succeeded. For with proper treatment in the early stages of cancer, Mason might have recovered. But you didn't advise him of his condition, and he will die. Almost 48 hours have elapsed since you went into the barn to get the gun. Slippery leaves, a sagging corral gate, a torn sleeve, and a scratch from a rusty nail. A minor scratch you forgot to take care of because of your interest in planning Mason Gray's death. Now you are fully awake and alone, except for me, Fate. You try to get up from your bed, but you are paralyzed. You can't move. What is it you are now saying, John Carthage?
Scratch. I'd forgotten. Oh, the pain. I can't call out. Can't reach the phone. Can't move. Can't open my jaws. I've got tetanus.
And so John Carthage is dead. The next day, Gamson, the caretaker, found him lifeless in his bed. The victim, a lockjaw. Heed well, you who listen, and remember, there is a page for you in
The Diary of Fate. Produced by Larry Finley, Diary of Fate is a Finley transcription brought to you from Hollywood.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Treasure of Kublai Khan.
It would be impossible for him to still be alive.
What was that?
What?
The sound I just heard.
Only the call of the jackal, Miss Carlton.
It frightened me.
It is a brother to the wolf. They say its call means misfortune.
There it is again.
Take it easy, Marion.
I don't know why I'm so nervous.
Unless what?
I had that same dream last night, Brad.
But it was just a dream, Marion.
I know, but it was so real. Even when I woke up, I felt that I'd actually been there. That you and Mr. Hussein were really dead.
Fantasy will present The Treasure of Kublai Khan in just a moment. And now for our story, The Treasure of Kublai Khan.
I first heard of the legendary treasure the night I met Abdul Hussein. Marion had invited me to the dinner that evening. Her brother, Brad Carlton, had some business with Hussein, and he too was invited for dinner. It was after the meal, when we had adjourned to the living room, that I first heard the tale.
Yes, Abdul, I imagine some of our customs do seem strange to you.
It is quite strange, my friend.
When do you intend your return trip to Iran, Mr. Hussein?
Well, I shall spend another 2 months in your country, Miss Carlton. Then I shall be forced to return to mine.
I hope you have received a good impression of us.
Oh, I would say I have. Though I will never understand why you people must have everything done so quickly. You don't enjoy life, always running from one place to another, trying to save time.
I guess that's just the way we are.
I shall never understand that.
Abdul, when you were in my office today, you told me a little tale about Kublai Khan. I think Alan and Marion will be interested in hearing it.
Oh, I am not so sure they would.
Oh, no, please, tell us the story.
Oh, we'd like to hear it.
If you insist. Do either of you know much about Kublai Khan?
Just that he was the ruler of Mongolia and the Mongol Empire.
I'm afraid I don't know much more than that.
It is amazing to me that we tend to remember only 1 or 2 facts about a man after he has been dead for some time. Yet, their stories are there in the dry pages of the history books. And if one can read between the lines, the man comes alive. Kublai Khan was a fascinating person. Under him, the empire reached its greatest heights. To his treasure houses came the wealth and the money of the conquered peoples.
I wonder whatever happened to all that treasure.
Oh, it was probably spent or destroyed.
You are right to a point.
What do you mean?
Most of the treasure was naturally spent or destroyed, especially after Kublai's death and the struggle for power which followed his demise. But there is one treasure catch, according to legend, which was lost, and to this day remains intact.
You can't be serious, Mr. Hussein.
But I am, my dear Miss Carlton.
Where is it hidden?
That is the only barrier which remains to be overcome. No one knows where it is hidden. The general area is known, yes, but the specific location is not.
Well, what general area?
It is said that the lost treasure of Kublai Khan lies somewhere between the Deshti-Keber Desert and the Elbrus Mountains.
But that's in your country. The seat of government for Kublai Khan was in northeastern China.
So it was.
Well, why wouldn't Kublai Khan keep his treasure where he could get to it easily? Why would he hide it almost 3,000 miles away?
I shall answer your question with a question. Why would he not only be interested in northeastern China? Why would he send his emissary Marco Polo to the far corners of his empire? No. Kublai Khan's interests were large. His armies had to be paid, and they ranged all over his vast empire, guarding its borders. Why would he not hide treasure in old Persia?
I didn't think about it that way.
Yet it is quite logical. Shall I tell you what I know of the legend?
Oh, yes. Please do.
I'm sure they'd like to hear it.
Shortly after he founded the Yuan dynasty in the year 1260, Kublai Khan had reason to believe that an attempt would be made to overthrow him. Kublai Khan was not sure whether the attempt would succeed or not, but if the attempt were made and was successful, then Kublai Khan planned to escape to Persia, from whence he would be able to direct an attack against the usurper. Accordingly, he sent for one of his ablest generals.
You sent for me, O Khan?
Yes, General Ling. You are to take enough men and supplies to transport the Shangtu treasure to Persia. There you will hide it and guard it.
As you order, magnificent.
When the treasure has been hidden, you are to kill all but a few of your most trusted men, so that no one will know the hiding place. If need be, destroy them all, and guard the treasure yourself until such time as I send to you.
Yes, O great Khan.
Remember, General Ling, if you must, destroy everyone, so that no enemies will stand at our backs with their daggers poised.
It shall be as you desire, O Khan. Not one will escape alive.
The treasure was transported to Persia. True to his word, General Ling picked a few of his followers, and together they destroyed the others. And then, one by one, Ling himself killed those that were left. Through the years, Ling guarded the treasure, and those who came too close to the hiding place saw a man on a horse in the distance, who rode towards them at a gallop. He loomed up before them, his great sword swinging, and death was their reward for stumbling onto the treasure. Never did Kublai Khan send to him, yet Ling remained faithful to his trust. When the great Khan died, no one knew where Ling was, and the treasure became lost. Ling was never heard from again.
Is this story true, or are you just making it up to amuse us?
I assure you, Miss Carlton, this story is true.
Has anyone ever tried to find the treasure?
Oh, yes, many have tried, but with no success.
Then actually there's no authentication for the story.
I have reason to believe there is.
Why?
Recently, just before I left my country, I came into possession of this.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
It is a copy of an old map that I discovered in one of the caves near the mountains.
Then you've actually looked for the treasure.
Yes. I stumbled onto the cave quite by accident. It had once been inhabited because I found ancient weapons and cooking utensils. On the wall of the cave, there was drawn the lines you see before you. That I copied down on this piece of parchment. I believe this map will lead me to the treasure of Kublai Khan.
And you intend searching for it when you return to your country?
Yes, I do.
No, I wouldn't mind going with you.
Neither would I.
Then why do you not come with me?
Why don't we?
Do you think we could, Brad?
Well, we could arrange it, I suppose.
I know I could take a leave of absence.
So could I.
Well, I could get away easily enough.
Of course. And if we do find it, the treasure belongs to you, Mr. Hussein.
There will be enough for all of us. Enough to make us rich beyond our wildest dreams.
Then let's do it.
Right.
And whether we find anything or not, the trip will be worth it.
There is one more thing I must tell you.
And that is?
When I said that many had tried and none had succeeded, I should have added that many have died or been killed in their attempt to locate the treasure. For it is said that General Ling still guards the treasure of the great Khan, that he still waits for word from Kublai Khan, and that he brings death to any who stumble upon the treasure.
We'll return to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of the treasure of Kublai Khan in just a moment. Back now to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of the treasure of Kublai Khan.
We were sure that the warning Abdul Hussein had given us was only a natural outgrowth of the legend that had grown up concerning the lost treasure of Kublai Khan. Even Hussein was dubious of the last part of his story. In the 2 months which followed, we cleared ourselves with the authorities, obtained visas, took our shots, and were ready to embark on the search for the treasure of Kublai Khan. It was the day before our departure that Marion mentioned her dream.
What's the matter, Marion? You should be excited and happy. We're leaving tomorrow morning.
I know, but, well, I just can't help it. Is Abdul coming here tonight?
No, we're meeting him at the airport tomorrow.
Anything wrong?
I don't know. It's just that I had a dream last night. It frightened me, and I can't seem to shake it.
Oh, what was it about?
Well, do you remember that story that Abdul told us about General Ling riding his horse and killing everyone who came across the treasure?
Yes.
With the dream I had last night, it seemed so real.
Well, tell us about it.
Well, I dreamt that we were over there. We just crossed the desert. Ahead of us, the mountains rose up into the sky. I heard hoofbeats, and I looked up and saw a man on horseback riding toward us. He reined in and pointed to us. "Go back," he said. "Go back before it is too late." And then everything became confused. I dreamt that we stood there before the treasure, the four of us. And suddenly, I heard the hoofbeats again. And he rode up beside us and said, "I warned you. Now it is too late." And then he raised his sword over our heads. It started coming down, and I screamed. And then I woke up.
And then what happened?
Well, that was all. Except that when I fell back to sleep, I dreamed I saw pictures.
Pictures?
Yes, like photographs. They flashed before me one by one. I saw the four of us standing before the treasure, and then the man with the sword in his hand, and Hussein lying on the ground, dead. And
what else?
I saw you, Brad, lying on the ground, and you were dead.
It was just a dream, Marion. You were probably excited last night when you went to bed. We've all been living for the day when we start out. That's why you had that dream last night.
I don't know. Maybe it was a warning of some kind.
It was only a dream, Marion.
That's right. It's just a dream, nothing else. Your brother intends to live a long time.
Still, it seems so real. It's so real.
Telling us about her dream seemed to relieve Marion, and by the following morning we had all forgotten about it. We had beautiful weather all through the flight. We stopped first in Africa, changed planes, and then flew over Libya, Egypt, the Red Sea, Saudi Arabia, across the Persian Gulf, and landed finally at Bandar Shapur, perhaps 100 miles away from Abadan. We went by car to Isfahan. There we picked up a guide and camels and started across the desert. We traveled slowly, being able to make only about 30 miles a day. 8 days after we left Isfahan, we caught sight of the Elburz Mountains. We were seated around the campfire.
We have not much farther to go. We should reach the cave sometime late tomorrow.
The cave?
Yes, I want to go there first, to make sure the map is absolutely correct. From there, we will follow the map to its treasure.
What if the map doesn't lead us to the treasure?
But that is possible, I know. If that is the case, then I shall begin all over again. I have searched for Kublai Khan's treasure for 10 years. I shall continue to search for it.
The guide you hired isn't very talkative.
You are foreigners. He is afraid of you, does not trust you. But he is a good man.
I hope we do find the treasure, Abdul. Oh, I'd hate to go back empty-handed.
I have a feeling that we will.
And the stories about General Ling?
You mean that he still guards the treasure?
Yes.
They are not true, of course. It would be impossible for him to still be alive.
What was that?
What?
The sound I just heard.
Only the call of the jackal, Miss Carlton.
It frightened me.
It is a brother to the wolf. They say its call means misfortune.
There it is again.
Relax, Marion. We're all on edge.
I suppose so. What was that?
The camels, Miss Carlton. The call of the jackal makes them nervous.
Take it easy, Marion.
I don't know why I'm so nervous.
Unless what?
I had that same dream again last night, Brad.
It was just a dream, Marion.
I know, but it was so real. Even when I woke up, I felt that I'd actually been there. That you and Mr. Hussein were really dead.
I must admit that the howling of the distant jackal even made me nervous. Throughout the night, the creature cried out to the heavens as if it were warning us that death would be the only treasure we would find. The following afternoon, toward sunset, found us at the cave.
This is the cave. Follow me. I was in such a hurry last time, I could not be sure that my map was accurate. We must be sure, for that will save us much trouble.
Shine your flashlights around.
Someone lived here, all right.
Seems like we've stepped into another world from out of the past.
Shine your lights over on that wall, if you will. Yes, there. You can see what I copied down. I will check my map against it.
I wonder who lived here.
Someone long since dead and buried, Marion.
You know, it is a trifle frightening to be in here in this cave, where someone lived generations, probably centuries ago.
Yes, I thought so.
What is it, Abdul?
My map was wrong. In my haste, I made a mistake. However, now it is corrected.
Are we going on today?
No, it is much too late. The sun will set soon. We will continue tomorrow. We will camp here for tonight.
Not in the cave.
Why not?
Not in here. Outside, yes, but not in here.
We will camp outside, Miss Carlton.
Yes, of course.
It's just that...
What's the matter, Marion?
I thought I heard something.
I didn't hear anything.
Nor did I.
Brad?
No, Marion. I didn't hear a thing.
Then I must have been wrong.
What did you think you heard?
A voice. A soft voice saying, "Go back before it is too late."
What time is it?
Almost 11.
Well, Marion had the right idea. She went to bed almost an hour and a half ago.
Well, I think it is time for me to retire also.
What happened to Ali, the guide?
Well, I imagine he retired some time ago.
I thought I saw him go into the cave.
When?
A short while ago.
It is possible he went in, but why he should go, that I cannot understand. Unless it is something that...
That was a scream.
It came from the cave. We'd better take a look.
Right, come on.
Ollie, are you all right? He does not answer.
We'll see what's wrong in a moment.
Oh.
There he is.
Ollie. What's wrong?
Just a moment.
Well?
He's dead.
What?
Yes. He's dead.
Go back. Go back. Let death be my reward. You are listening to the tale of The Treasure of Kublai Khan on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now, back to our story entitled The Treasure of Kublai Khan.
We stood looking down at the prostrate form of the guide stretched out on the floor of the cave. We had heard his scream just a moment before, and we had run from the camp into the cave only to find him dead.
Go back, lest death be my reward.
What was that?
I don't know.
I heard something.
Yes, so did I.
Shine your light around.
No one seems to be in here.
Then where did that voice come from?
Maybe we were mistaken, perhaps. It was just the sound of the wind we heard.
No, it was a definite warning. It said, "Go back, lest death be thy reward."
I am not going to turn back now. Not after all these years.
No one's asking you to go back, Abdul. What are we going to do with him?
Bury him here. And then in the morning we can start out as early as possible. We should reach the treasure by tomorrow evening.
I have warned you. Seems to be leading us back into the desert.
We are traveling in the right direction. The treasure is located at the Lost Oasis.
I hope you're right, Abdul.
I know I am right. We're only a few miles from the mountains.
But we were at the foot of the mountain before, Abdul.
The oasis lies west and south of the mountains, and that is the way we are heading.
Does that wind seem to be any stronger than usual?
A little.
Do you think it might be blowing up the sandstorm?
It is quite possible. We must make the oasis within the next few hours. It should be just up ahead.
I can't see a thing in this storm.
Unless we have gotten off the trail, we should be at the oasis any minute now.
I hope you're right, Abdul.
Isn't that something up there?
I can't see. Yes! It is the oasis.
We made it.
After 10 years of searching, I have found the treasure. Somewhere in that oasis, my friends, is the treasure of Kublai Khan.
It's getting dark.
Yes. The night is upon us.
Maybe we ought to wait until the morning comes.
No, we've come this far. I want to see the treasure now.
I sense that we are getting very close to it.
Look, up ahead.
Yes. Yes, that is it.
Be careful.
We have found it. We have found the treasure of Kublai Khan.
It's like a small oriental temple.
There's no doorway, just an arch opening into the building.
Let's go inside.
Yes. All right. Shine your flashlights around.
Oh, the whole building is covered with open trunks and bags of gold and jewels.
The wealth and grandeur of an empire now dead.
We don't belong here. I feel that we're looking at a dead world.
The night is upon us. The jackal is telling the creatures of the desert that we are here.
Why don't we go back to our camp?
Just a minute. I'll take some of these with me. I want to tell myself this isn't just a dream.
Put them back, Brad.
What's the matter with you, Marion?
Maybe you ought to put them back, Brad. I think Marion's right. This is the treasure of a dead world. It should remain dead.
You mean we should leave a treasure here and go back empty-handed? Don't be a fool.
And I shall take some, too.
Yes, Abdul.
The jewels we hold in our hands are enough in themselves to make us rich. But all of it is ours. All of it.
Yes, all of it.
Who's that?
It's Alan.
Oh, I was afraid it would be someone else.
Who?
General Ling.
I couldn't sleep.
Neither could I. That's the way I came out here. Listen.
Yes, I heard it too.
Sounds like someone riding a horse.
Marion, look, over there.
In the moonlight, there's a man on a horse riding toward our camp. Wait, it's just like the dream I had.
Abdul!
I heard something out here.
Yes. So did I.
There's a man on a horse riding towards our camp.
Or maybe someone else has found the treasure. We must stop him.
Yes, let's go.
Yes.
Brad, come back.
Abdul, don't be a fool.
Brad! I'm going after
You're staying right here.
The man on the horse has a sword.
Look out, Brad!
Look out!
He's the sword!
They're dead. Both of them.
Yes.
It was just like the dream. Just like the dream. We should never have come here.
Listen, he's coming back.
What are we going to do?
We'll wait here for him. There's nothing else we can do.
I warn you. Still, you did not heed my warning. The two of you are free to return to your own land. The other two coveted the treasure of the great Khan, and so I brought death to them. Leave now. Leave this place, and wipe from your minds all thoughts of the treasure. For I must guard the treasure of Kublai Khan until he sends for me. Those who seek the treasure will find on the way death.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mummers, in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermit is ready to begin.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The search for life? Eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Yeah? Hale, don't you think it's time you stopped for a while? It's getting awfully late.
Just a moment. I didn't notice what time it was there.
Come on, I have a nice warm supper ready for you.
Well, I'll lock the laboratory door and be right with you.
I wish you wouldn't work so hard, Hale.
You mustn't worry about me. The research scientist has to work hard.
I've barely seen you these past few weeks. You've never worked this hard before.
And I've never done anything like this before. Here, let me seat you.
Thank you. What are you doing, Hale?
Vera, have you been in my laboratory?
I only went in the other day to clean up.
I didn't notice that you had cleaned up. Same to me.
You came back before I had a chance to do any cleaning.
But being somewhat of a chemist yourself, you studied my notes, eh?
Well, they were there on the desk. I couldn't help but read them. Hale, you must stop it. Stop this experiment immediately.
What I'm doing is nothing more than other men have done before me. The creation of the elements the body needs to live on and on. Yes, possibly the chemical and operative procedure for the recreation of a dead person.
Recreate a dead person? Well, that's impossible.
Why is it? Why is anything impossible if you know the cause and effect and the properties that make it up?
Hale, drop it, please. Don't go ahead with this thing. If you succeed, you'll control a thing that was never meant to be controlled.
Yes, I shall control death.
And the world will bow to you, flock to you at first, and then they'll grow to hate you and despise you for what you've done. They'll seek you out and kill you, because if death was not to be, someone else would have changed it eons ago. Hale, you must stop this experiment before you get to... Coming. Why, Court Mander.
Hello, Nada. I came as soon as I received your message from Mr. Browson.
Come in. Oh, I'm glad to see you, Court.
You know, I've tried for almost a week to get in touch with you. In here.
I've tried equally hard to make contact with you. You're a celebrity now.
Oh, you don't do so badly in that laboratory yourself. Won't you sit down?
Well, thanks. I can only stay a few minutes. Hale Browson is rather exacting since he's perfected his experiment.
Oh, let's not talk about him. I seem to be afraid of his very name. Bringing dead people back to life. Doing miracles.
I'm his assistant. You're not afraid of me?
Someone I've known all my life, grew up with? Oh, don't be silly. Of course I'm not afraid of you.
Well, Nada Arling, the actress. I never believed it'd be like this.
You doubted my sincerity or my ability?
No, I never doubted either. But that night 6 years ago when you went away, well, that's the way I've always pictured you.
I've never forgotten that night, Court.
Nor I.
I wish we could have had this meeting when I first arrived.
Then you're leaving?
I must, Court.
But why? Is it always going to be like this?
I said 6 years ago, if I ever married, it would be you. But I can't turn back now. I have contracts.
Doesn't the fact that something inside both of us is slipping away mean anything to you?
Our youth is slipping away, and that's the only thing I have.
Our relative proportions and understandings are what I meant.
That's not true. Because I'm Nada Arling and your assistant to Hale Browson, the new creator, even that can't change.
I don't like my position, Nada.
That of waiting for me or as a research scientist?
Both, but I'm afraid of the latter.
I'm surprised. Mr. Browson's discovery has made him the most important person in the world, and you're basking in every glory that's his.
That may mean a great deal to you, but to me, it's something horrible. I only accepted the position as Browson's assistant for one reason.
You accepted him? It was the other way around.
No, he told me what to expect, but I was willing to chance it then. Now I know I was wrong. Already it has begun to show itself. We're going to work the other way.
The other way? To work against creation?
Yes. Hale Browson gave his discovery to the world, thinking its greatness would overshadow any evils it might give rise to. And instead, its evils have overshadowed its greatness and has gone beyond control.
Of course. What you contemplate is murder.
There's no alternative, Nada.
Oh, what of the good you've done?
Good? You haven't seen some of those old people we treat continually. We give them life when their souls cry out to die. That's what we're doing. And everyone calls it good.
You've changed, Court. I didn't know.
I'm sorry, Nada. I shouldn't have come here. You know how I feel about you. I'm entering another world, and you are the only thing that remains between me and... Well, I can stop now. Leave Browson. You and I could go where no one knows us.
Oh, that'd be running away, Court. Something that never solved anything. I know what to expect as I am now. I'm realizing an ambition, and I can't give it all up in a moment.
No. I guess you couldn't. I should have known. Where does your tour take you?
My boat leaves for South America at 6 tomorrow morning. Court.
Yes, Nada?
I want you to promise me something.
All right.
That you'll forget Hale Browson and what you plan to do. Will you promise?
All right. Yes, I promise.
I hope you mean that.
Oh, I do. I do mean it. Are you going to board your boat tomorrow morning?
No, later this evening. They're giving me a reception, and when I leave there, I'm going directly to the boat.
I see.
Leaving so soon?
Yes, I have to be getting back.
Are you going to tell Mr. Browson tonight?
Tonight? Why, that's what I'm going to do now. I'll probably see you at the boat later.
Well, why such an abrupt departure? I wanted to... Strangely, yes.
Good evening, Mr. Browson.
Of course. What on earth brings you here at this hour of the night? I wasn't expecting you until morning.
I had to talk to you.
Come on in. Must be rather important to bring you away from Miss Arling. Sit down.
Thank you.
Seem quite upset about something.
I am.
What's on your mind, Court?
Do you mind if we close that door?
Certainly not. I'll close it. There. Now, what's troubling you?
Hale, have you told Mrs. Browson what we intend doing?
No, I haven't. Naturally, I haven't told anyone.
Good. Hale, Before we start allowing them to die when they should, I'm going to kill Nada Arling and bring her back to life.
But why? Why should you want to kill her? You're going to marry the girl.
That's what I had hoped. But it's all changed now.
And why have you come to me? You know almost as much about the procedures as I.
Yes, that's true. But I don't know what chemicals not to use in order that her brain will remember only to a certain point and not beyond.
She won't marry you?
No. Her career is more important to her than I am.
You know this is murder.
But I'll bring her back to life.
And in so doing, you intend creating her mind so it will forget its former fame?
That's what I came to see you about. So far, our creations have been with everything but the mind. That we've been unable to change. When we brought people back to life, their memory patterns remained the same. Now, I know you've been carrying on further research along this line.
Court, I have. My first experiment was tonight.
What was the result?
Just a moment and I'll show you. Come with me to my laboratory.
Who was it?
Oh, a derelict who had died. Now, just a moment before you enter. The experiment wasn't entirely successful. I brought the subject to life easily enough, but his brain, well, you shall see.
What was that?
Wait until I snap on the light.
In a cage. Looks all right. Doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him.
Don't go too near that cage. He may look all right, Court, but I assure you he isn't. Look at his eyes.
Yes, they have a wild, starry cast to them.
And his gibberish. What does that sound like to you?
It's almost like an animal.
Yes.
He wasn't insane before he died.
No, he died of a heart attack.
Well, then how did he become like this?
I reconstructed his brain exactly as it was. But the brain must manufacture something of its own that I don't know about. The only way I have of keeping him in that cage is to charge the bars with enough electricity to kill an ordinary man. It only stuns him.
Well, for heaven's sake.
What you see behind those bars is not a recreated human being, but a prehistoric man of gigantic strength.
I wish we had some other place to work. That thing gets on my nerves, jabbering and growling.
I can't let Barry know about this. We'll just have to stick it out, Court.
Oh, this formula of yours.
Yes?
We've been over it 1,000 times, and still the answer's the same.
Now, shut up. Court, please. Don't do that again. If he should break loose with the outer door locked, we wouldn't have a chance.
Well, why don't we kill it?
With what?
Well, we could use a gun. Wouldn't have to go near it to kill it that way.
Mirror would hear. And besides, I couldn't do a thing like that.
I'm not so sure I couldn't.
Well, we'll find a more humane way than that.
And it's getting late. Time for me to go. I told Nada I'd meet her at the dock.
Nada. Nada.
Cole, I thought you'd wait on the ship.
No, it's best this way.
I was rather hurt the way you left me this evening.
I'm sorry, Nada. Well, come. Sit in the car a few moments. It's warmer in here.
All right. I'm so glad you came down. So glad I was able to see you again before I left.
Nothing could have kept me away.
This will be a long trip.
Yes, it will be.
Cole, is there something wrong?
No.
Is there something troubling you?
No.
I just touched your hands. They're like ice.
It's just chilly down here, that's all.
I was half afraid of you a moment ago. When I looked in your eyes, they seemed to be staring at me oddly.
I want to remember you in case
Yes?
In case I don't see you again.
Oh, we'll see each other again, Court. I'm sure of that.
So am I.
You know, I've waited ever since we got in the car for you to tell me about Mr. Browson.
Mr. Browson?
Your break with him. You made it, didn't you?
Break? Oh, yes. Yes, I told him just what I was going to do.
Oh, such a weight lifted from my mind. Now I can leave without being afraid for you.
Yes.
That's right.
That's all past now. When I come back from this tour, it'll be to the young scientist I knew 6 years ago.
Remember that. Remember that.
Cord, you look so strange.
Remember the past, Nada.
Cord, what are you doing? Cord!
Nada, don't struggle, please. Just breathe deep. This poison is sure. I'll wake you soon. Oh, Nada, wherever you are, hear me. Believe me. You're the only life I have. I'll bring you back. But you must remember only the past. You must remember things as they were before. You must remember only...
Nada Arling slumps over dead. Will Court Mander succeed in making her remember only the past? What will happen when he brings her back to life? And the medieval monster in Hale Browson's laboratory, what about him, eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now the hermit again.
Court Mander has brought Nada Arling to Hale Browson's laboratory. Mr. Browson is making preparations for the final operation on Nada Arling's brain.
Have those clamps ready. Court, place your fingers here while I put these clamps. Now, not too much. Tear apart.
I'm holding it. Will those creases smooth out when I let go?
Yes, when I inject these chemicals. There. Clamps are in place. Now for the injections of this fluid. I'm ready for that now. Gently, gently. Now release your fingers slowly. Slowly. Careful. Careful.
Oh, this growling frightened me.
These clamps slipped when you moved. I have to put them back on again.
You cause anything more like that to happen, I'll take the shotgun and blow your head off.
Hold your hand steady. Expose the tissues too long, it will die again. We'll have everything to do all over again.
Here, I have it down again.
Steady, steady. Now forget him. Now, just a second. We'll be ready for the solution. Now. That's it. Release the pressure slowly. Slowly.
Right.
See? The creases aren't coming back. Hurry. Hand me that piece of her skull that we cut away.
Here it is in this case.
Ah, you bored all the holes in it so we could fasten it down in place?
They're ready.
Now help me again. We must replace it exactly as it was cut away.
I marked it.
Good. Ah, yes. I see the marks. Now, turn it just slightly. There. Hold it in place while I fasten it.
That monster grabbed his cage and the electric shock made him scream.
The lights. Court, they're dimming. Court, he's holding onto the cage and shocking the current. I can't see the work. I stopped this surgery. Our work is useless. Do something quickly.
Oh, the lights have gone out now. Must have caused the fuse to blow.
We haven't any time to waste. Do something, man. That thing. Is he free?
No, he's still in his cage. He's on the floor. Electricity must have stunned him.
Look over there. There's a candle. Light it quickly.
Yes, I see it.
Quick, bring it here. We must finish this operation. My fingers are growing numb holding this tissue in place.
If we can finish before that thing in the cage comes to. Can you see by this candle?
Oh, I must.
Hurry. I think I hear him stirring in his cage.
Can you see if he is?
No, there isn't enough light to see that far. Was the cage intact?
I didn't have time to look. There. I have one clamp in place on the skull. I have another in a moment.
What was that?
I didn't hear anything. Here, hold the candle closer.
Nada's coming too. I can see her breathing.
I must hurry. We still have to bandage her head. Oh, I can't seem to get this other clamp through the hole in the skull.
Her breath is coming faster and louder now. I can hear it.
Watch where you're holding the candle.
I can hear her breathe, Hale.
Once I get this fastened, the rest will be easy.
Oh, she's
breathing so loudly, Hale, behind you.
What? The man! He's out of his cage.
He's coming toward us. He'll kill us.
Wait! We're your friends. We're going to help you. See? Come, follow me.
Hale, Nada.
She's going to be all right for a moment. We must get him back to the cage. Now, that's it. Come along. Court, he's watching you and Nada. He's motioning for you to get away from Nada.
Watch out, Hale. He's reaching for you.
No, he's pushing my arm. Court, quick, there's a hypodermic needle on the table. Get it.
Yes, I have it. But he's watching me now. Look what I have here. This will make you feel better. Come just a little closer.
Get him with that needle. Fingers are crushing my arm.
Come on now, just a little closer. I won't hurt you.
Let go of me. Let go. Court, get him with the hypo quickly. Court, he's listening to something. He's loosening his hold on me. In a moment, I might be able to pull free.
Staring at.
Court, look. Ada is getting up from the operating table.
No, she can't. The operation isn't finished.
Use the hypodermic for her, Court. Hurry before she stands up. See? She's sitting up now.
Ada, lie down. Oh, get back, you.
He doesn't want you to go near her.
Man.
Ada. Speaking.
Man from the past. We are going back, you and I. And we will take Court Mander and Hale Browson with us.
Court!
Man from the past. Bring Mr. Browson here.
Court, do something. Help me.
Court Mander, try to move.
I can't. I can't move.
No. You want to. But I now control your will.
Make it let me go. He's killing me. Court, talk to her. I didn't bring her here. Have her make this inhuman monster. Let me go.
Hale Browson, you must die.
No, you can't do this to me. It's murder.
You have murdered many.
But it was different. It was the only way.
Man from the past, you must hurry. I'm not much longer for this earth.
They're crushing my head. My head.
Man from the past, you would be dead. You're not for this world. They brought you back against your will. Court Mander, you spoke of shooting this man. Where is the gun?
In the gun rack. On the wall there.
Get it. Bring it here. Point the gun at that poor, mixed-up soul of yesterday with the body of today.
No.
Now, so that he may have peace and rest, pull the trigger.
No.
Pull the trigger, I say. I haven't much more time. Court Mander, you and Hale Browson have been violating the eternal law. Man is born to die, and die he must. Your soul will never rest in this world, but it will never come back. There is one more shot in the gun, Court.
Yes, Nada.
Hand the gun to me.
Yes, Nada.
I must lie down on the table here. Stand in front of me.
Yes, I am here.
This is the end of the world you created. Now we may all rest in our graves.
Hale! Court! What has happened? Hale, Court! Open the door, please! Hale! What
Browson's cries go unanswered. Hale Browson and Court Mander are dead. They will bring no more dead back to life. Now, turn on your lights. Turn them on. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
The sealed book.
Once again, the keeper of the book is ready to open the ponderous volume in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. All the strange and mystifying stories of the past, present, and the future. Keeper of the book, what tale will you tell us this time?
What tale shall I tell you? I have here tales of every kind. Tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds and events strange beyond all belief. Now, let me see. Yes. Here's a tale for you. A tale of a man who stole by force the secret of immortality, of life everlasting, and entered into a mad adventure. The title of the tale is King of the World. Here is the tale as it is written in the sealed book. It is late at night, and the wind howls over the desolate countryside. In the darkness, a man runs frantically through the woods, trying to elude his pursuers.
I've got to shake him, or it'll mean a 10-year stretch.
Stop, or we'll shoot!
Twice they got me in the same arm. Oh, there's a house with a light in it. My only chance. If I stick to these trees, they won't be able to see me. I'm almost there. There's a door. It's only unlocked. Oh, it is.
Good evening.
Now listen. Listen close. A couple of guards from the Horton estate are after me. I'll be behind this door covering you with a rod, so you haven't seen me, you understand?
I understand.
That must be them. Remember, any tricks, and I'll start blasting.
I have no intention of being foolish.
Okay, go ahead then. Open the door.
Yes? What is it?
There's been an attempted theft of the Heart and Diamond, sir. We chased the crook this way. Have you seen anything of him?
Why, no. There hasn't been anyone here tonight.
We'll keep on going. Good night.
They're gone now.
You did all right.
I'm glad you're satisfied.
Hey, what kind of a place is this? All those machines, bottles, and things.
This is my laboratory.
What are you, a professor?
Yes, you might...
Hey, what's that?
Why, your nerves are on edge. It's only my Great Dane, Caesar. Come in, Caesar. We have a visitor.
Hey, what's he growling at me for?
I'm sorry. He always growls at strangers.
Don't like him coming towards me that way. Keep him away, will you?
Come here, Caesar.
He won't listen to you. He's going to spring. Well, this'll stop him. Get him off. Take him away, will you?
Here, Caesar. Here, stop it, I say. Stop it. That's better. I think I'd better put the chain on you, Caesar. Did he hurt you?
Look, I put 3 slugs into that dog. Why isn't he dead? He isn't even wounded.
You must have missed.
You say I missed him, do you? I won't miss him this time. I suppose I missed him that time, eh? Why isn't he dead?
Well, the truth is, in this laboratory, I've created a serum that has the power to defeat death. I call it Serum L. L for life.
You mean the stuff protects you from a bullet or a knife wound?
In a way, yes. Swifter than the eye can see, it heals all wounds. The damage is repaired in a fraction of a second.
Yeah.
My serum is what protected Caesar.
A shot of that stuff and you can't be killed. It sounds screwy, but that dog... 4 slugs and not a mark on him. Look, Professor, I'm going to make a deal with you.
A deal?
Yeah. I'll let you keep on living if you'll give me a shot of that serum.
But that's impossible. It hasn't been perfected.
What do you mean it hasn't been perfected? It saved the dog, didn't it?
Yes, of course, but I'm still in the experimental stage. I don't know how long the serum is effective or the condition in which it leaves the body after it has worn off.
You're wasting time, Professor. I'd hate to have to persuade you.
I see. Do you understand the responsibility is all yours?
That's all right, Professor. You let me do the worrying. Now, come on, let's have a shot of that stuff.
Very well. You'll roll up your sleeve.
Sure. Don't try pulling a fast one, Professor. It won't be healthy.
May I ask why you're so anxious to have my serum?
Any guy in my racket who can take a slug and not feel it would be top man.
I see. Just hold still a moment.
All right, go ahead.
That's all.
Hey, my wounds. They're gone. Why, there isn't even a mark on my arm to show where they were.
I told you it healed faster than the eye could see.
Yeah. It's like a miracle. Think of it. I can't be killed. Nothing can stop me now. I can move in on all the rackets and take them all over. Yes, sir, I'll be king of the world.
Duke, what do you want to see me about? I'm kind of busy.
I won't take up much of your time. I'm after a job.
Well, I'd like to give you one, but I haven't room for another man.
You're wrong. There's one job in your racket that's going to be open soon. Yours.
Mine?
Yeah.
Duke, you've got a funny sense of humor.
Yeah, I know. But this is one time I'm not kidding.
You better be kidding, or it might not be healthy for you.
I don't have to worry about my health anymore.
You better go while the going's good.
I like it here. You're the one who's leaving. Right now.
You haven't got a gun, Duke. The boys saw to that. And I have.
You're a little nervous, ain't you, Williams?
Stay where you are. I'll let you have it.
I don't scare easily, not anymore.
You asked first. Couldn't have missed. I won't this time.
Don't seem to be able to stop me, Williams.
I shot you. I tell you, I shot you. Why did you fall? Oh, it can't be. I put 6 bullets into you. Why did you fall?
Your gun is empty now, Williams. It's just you and me.
No, Duke, don't. I'll do anything you say. Stay away from me.
Too bad, Williams. You should have resigned when I gave you the chance. But you would be stubborn. That's what they'll all get if they stand in my way. Hello, Mike. Come on in. I'm just totaling up the take for last month. Gonna be quite a haul.
Duke, you're headed for trouble. You've been expanding too fast, stepping on too many people's toes.
They don't want to get stepped on. They better stay out of my road. They've tried to bump me off a half a dozen times in the past month, and I'm still alive.
Duke, what is it that keeps you up, even after they put a dozen slugs into you?
Your job is to carry out my orders, not to ask questions.
Oh, I didn't mean anything by it.
I hope you didn't. Now, look, I want you to pick up a fast car. We're going after the Horton Diamond tonight.
The Horton Diamond?
Yeah.
Ah, Duke, that's suicide. We're cleaning up right here. Why risk our necks on a dangerous job?
Because I want the Horton Stone. The way I got it figured, we can't miss. Remember, their guns can't stop me. Hey, is 70 the best you can get out of this car?
I got my foot down to the floor now.
Hey, look at that diamond, Mike. Isn't that beauty? Think of it. I got $500,000 right in my hand.
A lot of good it's going to do us if we don't shake that police car.
Yeah, you're right. They're hanging on. We got to shake them.
There's nothing more I can do. I'm pushing this crate as fast as it'll go.
All right, look out for this curve. We're taking it too fast.
Hey, I can't control it.
Look out. We're going over it.
Car with you. They must have been doing all of 70 when they crashed.
Yeah. They'll sure have a hard time identifying this guy behind the wheel. What a mess.
What about the other guy?
Let's have a look. Say, there isn't a mark on him. He's unconscious, but he doesn't appear to be hurt at all.
But he must be after a crash like this.
Take a look for yourself. I tell you, this guy is going to live.
A lot of good it'll do him. After killing 2 guards of the Horton estate, he's headed for the electric chair.
And now, to go on with the story of the King of the World, as it is written here in the sealed book. Duke Farson, having been duly tried and sentenced for the murders he committed, is being strapped into the electric chair.
Warden, you're wasting your time. This isn't the last mile from me. I'm one guy you can't fry.
All right, Richards, we can proceed now. Will you examine the body, Doctor?
Sorry to disappoint you, Warden, but I'm not dead.
Yeah, but you must be. No man has ever lived through it.
I'm not like other men, Warden. You can't kill me.
Richards, unstrap the prisoner from the chair. What's happened must be due to the mechanical defect. That must be it.
You look a little pale, Warden. It's good to get out of that chair. It's not very comfortable. But why are you all backing away from me? You afraid I'll hurt you? I'll just take this gun. That's better now. All right, Warden. Start marching. You're going to lead me to freedom if you want to live.
Duke.
Let me in, Joe. Quick. That's better. Hey, you look as though you'd seen a ghost, Joe.
The papers are full of stories about your escape. They say the juice was turned on, and yet when it was over, you got up and walked away.
Yeah, that's right. I told him I was one guy too big to be killed.
Look, Duke, I can't afford any trouble with the cops. You know I'm a 3-time loser.
Shut up. I'm still giving orders. You'll do as I say. The cops can only send you up for life. I can do worse.
Don't talk like that, Duke. You know you can count on me. I'll do anything you say.
You'd better. I'm going to hole up here for a couple of weeks until the heat's off. Meanwhile, I'm going to make plans, big plans. I'm bigger than just being the king of the underworld. If I organize things right, there's no reason I can't use the underworld to take over the rest of the world. Yeah, that would make me king of the world. Wouldn't be hard to either. Why is that clock so loud? I can't even hear myself talk.
What clock? There isn't any in this apartment.
Are you deaf? Can't you hear it?
No, Duke, honest. I don't hear a thing. You must be imagining things.
I don't know. I don't hear it so loud now either. Yeah, I guess maybe it was my imagination. Yet I could have sworn. Well, never mind. I got other things to think of. Big things.
Why don't you sit down, Duke, and take it easy?
I'm tired of sitting. 3 weeks in this rat trap is enough for anyone. I've had about enough.
The heat's on as big as ever, Duke. I never saw them as anxious to get anyone. Every time I go out, I expect some dick to trail me back to this hideout.
Suppose you let me do the worrying,
Sure. I was only talking. Have you been having any more of those attacks lately?
I'm okay. Stop talking about it. It's bad enough without having to be reminded about it. I don't want to hit... Hey, what's that?
What, Duke?
That buzzing sound. Keeps growing louder and louder.
I don't hear nothing.
Listen, you must hear it. It's a fly. Yeah, and it's getting louder. I tell you, I can't stand it.
Fly?
Yeah.
I don't hear it. Wait, there's one over there flying around those cracks.
Well, do something, will you? I can't stand the noise. It's driving me crazy.
Take it easy, Duke. I'm doing my best to kill it.
Oh, thanks, Joe. That's gone now. For a while, I thought I'd blow my top.
Maybe you'd better see a doctor, Duke. You've been getting these attacks more and more these past 3 weeks.
No doctor can do me any good. There's only one man that can help me.
Who's that?
That's the professor. You remember me, don't you, Professor?
Yes, of course. I've been reading quite a bit about you in the papers lately, Mr. Farson.
Your serum was all right, Professor. It saved me from being electrocuted, but I don't know, these last 3 weeks, something's happened, and I don't like it.
Suppose you tell me about it.
I keep getting attacks. Maybe I'm listening to the radio. Everything's fine. Then all of a sudden it grows louder, as though someone was turning it on full blast.
Mm-hmm.
It pounds on my head until I think I'm going crazy. Professor, I can't stand it. You got to help me.
You recall that when you asked for my serum, I told you it hadn't been perfected?
Well?
That I didn't know what effect it would have on the human body?
Yeah, I know, but you got to help me now. I can't go on this way. I keep waiting for the next attack. Each one is worse than the last.
You remember my Great Dane Caesar, don't you?
Yeah, sure. He tried to take a piece out of my throat, didn't he?
I'll open this trap door. You see him in the cellar.
Huh?
Now, there he is, Mr. Farson.
Well, what's wrong with him? Why does he keep whining like that?
Caesar, too, received an injection of the serum, Mr. Farson, 6 months before you received yours.
Yeah?
Now, every sound he hears is 100-fold greater. I'm speaking to you in normal tone of voice. Yet to Caesar, I'm shouting unbearably loud.
You mean that...
Caesar has passed into a condition where every sound is sheer torment. To be quite frank, he went insane 3 months ago.
Oh. Well, why don't you kill him? Put him out of his misery.
You forget, Mr. Farson, that the serum still protects him from death. He can't die.
And is that what'll happen to me in a few months?
Yes, I'm sorry to say.
But, Professor, there must be something you can do. Maybe you got another serum, huh? Anything. I've got money.
I'm sorry, but it isn't a question of money. I can offer you no help.
I can't go on this way, waiting for each new attack. And then in the end, if only there was an end, if only I could die.
Possibly there is a way out.
There is? Tell me. I'll do anything.
Well, as you know, my serum can prevent death from a dozen bullet wounds. But there might be one way its great healing powers could be defeated.
Yeah, which way is that?
If you were to use an explosive, a powerful explosive, you might blow yourself up into so many pieces that the serum would no longer be able to defeat death.
Yeah, I see what you mean. One of the mob once had an accident with nitro. They never found a trace of him. Yeah, nitro. That would do the trick.
Yes, quite possibly. If the attacks continue and they're beyond endurance, it may be your one way of escape.
My one way of escape? Once I thought that with your serum, I'd come to rule the world. Now I'm looking for a way out of it.
Oh, it's you, Duke.
Yeah. You expecting someone else?
No, of course not.
What are you so jittery about?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm okay. What'd the guy you went to see say?
He can't help me. No one can.
What are you going to do, Duke?
There's nothing I can do but wait. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe I won't get them attacks anymore. After all, just because it happened to the dog doesn't mean that... Hey, what's that? That steady pounding. It's growing louder and louder.
Must be another attack.
I can't stand it. It keeps pounding. Louder and louder.
Maybe it's the faucet in the kitchen. It's been leaking lately. I'll have a look at it.
I can't go on this way. I can't. It's gone now, but there'll be another attack. And then another.
The faucet was leaking. I just turned it off. Was that what was troubling you, Duke?
Yeah. It's no use. I can't go on this way, waiting for it to happen all the time. And then ending up like that dog.
What dog?
Never mind. Get out the car. We're going on a little trip.
Trip?
Yeah.
Where to, Duke?
Upstate to the old hideout. I'm going to try to take the one way out.
Duke, won't you tell me what we come to this old place for?
You'll see. Come on. What are you looking around for?
Nothing at all.
Have you got the shovel?
Yeah. Won't you at least tell me what we need the shovel for?
You're going to do some digging for me in the cellar.
There's something buried in the cellar?
Yeah, nitro. All right, here's the cellar door.
Nitro? You mean that's what's buried down there?
Yeah. We stored it here for safe cracking jobs. Now I got a better use for it.
You aren't going to get me to dig it up. It'll be suicide.
You see this gun, don't you, Joe? You haven't much choice. Now start down those steps.
But I can't see. It's pitch dark down there.
That's okay. Just feel your way down the steps. We get to the bottom, I'll light a candle.
Duke, please don't make me.
Keep going.
Duke, that was the bottom step. What about lighting the match?
Okay, just a second. I've got one here.
Ready, Ross? I got his gun.
I got him.
Let go of me. I gotta reach that nitro. Let's go.
Get him, coppers. Get him or he'll blow us all
Ah,
up.
you rat. You squealed on me. Hold the light on him, Jordan.
Well, I slipped the tilt on him. I got him.
You've got to let me get to the nitro. It's the only way I can die.
He's as crazy as a loon.
Yeah, a place for this guy's in a padded cell.
All right, Farson, in you go.
All right.
There. You won't be able to hurt yourself in that nice padded cell. And you won't be able to hear any of those loud noises again either.
No noises.
There aren't any radios or watches or automobile horns that can bother you in that cell. It's guaranteed 100% soundproof. Now be a good boy.
Oh, you gotta let me go. I want to die, do you hear? You can't let me live and suffer these attacks. Let me out of here. Let me out, do you hear? I can't stay. Hell, it's starting again. Another attack. It's growing louder and louder. A steady pounding. Oh, it's my heart beating. Growing louder and louder. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I can't stop it.
And that is the story of the King of the World, as it is written in the sealed book. Years have passed, but Duke Ferguson is still locked up in the padded cell. Day and night he begs to be executed, and yet at the same moment he knows he can't die, that the serum in his blood has given him immortality and sentenced him to a life filled with torturous sounds from which there is no escape. There is no escape. It is so written here in the sealed book. But the sound of the great gong tells me I must close the great book once again.
One moment, keeper of the book. What story from the sealed book will you tell us next time?
Next time? What shall it be? A tale of madness? Of terror? Of dark deeds in far lands? For I have them here, all the stories that ever happened, and many that have yet to come to pass. But I'll find one for you in just a moment.
And now, Keeper of the Book, have you found the story you'll tell next time?
Yes, I found one. It's a story about a ruthless man who put money above all and wouldn't stop at murder to achieve his ends. The title of the tale is Death Spins a Web.
Be sure to be with us again next time, when the great gong heralds another strange and exciting story from...
The Sealed Book.
The Sealed Book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is opening, so do come in. We've got some rather interesting specimens on view here. Some old skeletons and a skull or two, which proved quite fascinating once I'd managed to remove the outer covering. Come to think of it, one of those skulls looks just like yours.
Moved in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
A gray stone building stands at the end of the alleyway. There's a small brass plate on the door. It reads, Metropolitan Police Morgue.
You don't miss much, do you, Tom?
I mustn't miss anything, Willie, if I'm going to keep my job as a crime reporter. What is it, another hit-and-run case?
That's what they said when they brought him in. Oh, made a proper mess of him. Multiple fractures, Dr. Wilson said.
Anyone interesting? Is it worth the paragraph in my paper?
No. Just another tramp. Never had a bob on him.
Oh, pity. Stuck for a story. Accidents on my department.
Yeah, you never know. It might be. Struck from behind he was. Like to have a look?
Yes, Willie, I will.
Although I
I'd been in that large, cold room many times. Unlike Willie, I never felt completely at ease. I walked over to what Willie euphemistically described as his cold storage bins and watched him pull out Section 26.
Look at him. Fished out the Thames he was 2 days ago. Looked terrible when he first came in, but I cleaned him up like. We had lots of conversations without uttering a word. I suppose you think I'm mad, huh?
No, not you, Willie. Not on your life. How did you get into this job?
Oh, well, it's a long story, Tom. Hey, you see, I was guest during the 14-18 war. Shortly after I returned, the missus died. We never had any children and no relatives to speak of. It was difficult finding a job. For one thing, I couldn't stand heat of any sort. My lungs would start playing up. Oh, believe me, Tom, I walked hundreds of miles through the streets of London before I found a job that no one else wanted. And a job, so to speak, which didn't require much effort and which most certainly was cool. So here I am.
You are indeed. And I don't know what to do without you. Mind you, it isn't the sort of job that anyone can do.
Oh, no, of course it isn't, Tom. You often find some wise character at the pub who says, how can you work there? Well, my argument is, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to look after it.
Yeah, that's a point of view.
You know, young Tom, you know what I'd like to be if I hadn't this job?
No, Willie, what?
I'd like to be a doctor. It must be a fine thing to be a doctor. To save life instead of handling death.
How'd you like to be a crime reporter, Willie?
Eh? Oh, no, thanks. I don't suppose they'd let me try to be a doctor now. Not at my age. No, if I can't be a doctor, I'll stick to my own job. It's nice and quiet here. You know, Tom... Can't help worrying, thinking about this bloke. Look at the back of his trouser leg. Green paint.
Yeah, so it is.
The car must have hit him there.
Did the police see that when they brought the body in?
Oh, yes.
Then whoever knocked him down must have been driving a car that had been freshly painted.
That's about the size of it, Tom. And what's more, that paint couldn't have been put on the car many minutes.
That's true, Willie, it's true. Are you sure you wouldn't have my desk at the evening echo?
No. Yeah, I've already told you I like it here. It's peaceful. No one argues with me. I like it that way. And my charges are always satisfied. I've never had a complaint yet about the accommodation.
Aren't you ever going to retire, Willie?
Yes, 5 months from now. Oh, not that I want to, mind. No. I'll be sorry leaving here. Oh, I'll be well taken care of. I'll put a tidy sum away, you know. Oh, would you like a cup of tea, Tom? I'm about to make myself up.
No, thanks, Willie. I think I'll nip over to the police station. If I don't get a story soon, yours truly will be putting in an application for your job when you retire. Well, he was a character, all right. What a picturesque turn of phrase he had. To save life instead of handling death. I thought about his words as I walked the 200 yards to the West London Police Precinct.
Well. How's London's youngest and brightest crime reporter?
A little sad. Yours truly, you know, if there's no news, it's bad news. Me no write about crime, me no eat. Do you know anything about the stiff who was knocked down tonight by a green-painted car? I've just come from the morgue.
Oh, so you've been talking to friend Willie, have you?
Yes. The incident happened in your manner, Detective Sergeant Wallace. You better prepare to make a statement to the press.
Oh, you must be hard up, Tom. A tramp gets knocked down and already a juicy murder's about to be written up.
Yes, you're right, Ted. I am hard up. I must get a story for the press.
Oh, just a minute, sure.
Is the reporter still with you, Sergeant? He's wanted on the telephone.
Yes, he is. It's for you, Tom.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Hello?
Speak up, caller.
Hello?
Sorry, Tom. It's Willie.
Oh,
you know, the municipal morgue.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes, Willie, what's the matter? You sound as if...
Tom, do me a favor, will you?
What's that?
Something funny's going on. I remembered you saying that you were going to the police station. Call in here on your way, will you?
Well, yes, of course. I'm on my way now. Anything wrong?
Wrong? Look, I may be old, Tom, but
I'm not balmy, see.
You're the most sane man I know. Well, what's the trouble?
It's about one of me charges.
You're what?
One of me customers.
Oh.
I know this sounds as though I'm going round the bend, but a few minutes ago I happened to be...
Yes, Willie? Hello? Hello, you still there? Hello? It's funny.
Come on, what's the matter?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out. It could have been anything. The telephone line going dead. 70-year-old Willie getting so absent-minded as to forget to finish the telephone conversation. As I say, it could have been anything. But I wasn't prepared for what it really was. I got to the front door, and I knocked. I waited. I knew that Willie kept the gate locked always. Said with that soft, kindly grin of his that he didn't want anyone to come messing around with his charges. No answer. I knocked again. Still no answering call from Willie. No croaking voice cheerfully saying, I'm coming, I'm coming. I tried the handle. And the gate opened. Willie! Willie! My voice echoed through the building. Still no answering shout. As I entered the morgue itself, with its long line of refrigerated cabinets all in a neat row as if awaiting my inspection, I had my first clutch of fear. And then I saw it. The swaying cord of the telephone receiver. Willie failed to replace it. But where was he? And then I had a crazy thought. He's in there. He's in one of those cabinets. Number 23. She's a peaceful-looking old lady. Death hasn't disturbed the serenity of her features. But here's Willie. Number 24. A shrunken face gazed at me without recognition. Why should he recognize me? I've never seen the guy in my life before. Nor in his life either. Or death. I was going nuts. The old one must have gone out for a packet of fags or something. But then why should he telephone me at the police station? Why the swinging pendulum of the telephone receiver? What the... Who's there? Willie! Willie, stop playing hide and seek! Willie! No answer. The morgue was as silent as the cadavers it accommodated. Silent, did I say? Stop gagging, Willie. My nerves aren't so good. You sent for me. You said you wanted help. Come on, whatever you're hiding. My blood froze. That wasn't Willie laughing. Dear, shrunken, croaking-voiced Willie. That mad laugh came from no human agency. It's a joke, isn't it? Tough young crime reporter Tom Dixon going nuts in the Metropolitan Police morgue. Now it had become an obsession. Willie had to be in the place. Willie was in grave danger. Willie was... Well, where was he? I ran back to the cabinets. Not you, old chap. Sorry to disturb you. It's your Willie. Where are you, Willie? Where are you? I'm being accommodated in refrigerating cabinet number 28. No, of course, you don't recognize me as you're lying there. How could you? You're dead.
Smooth and world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Well. What an extraordinary pastime for our crime reporting friend to indulge in. But back to our story. To the police morgue, where Tom Dixon gazes down at his friend, who has changed his status to that of guest. Poor Willie, dying in harness, eh? Somebody put you in that bed, someone or something. But the dead can't walk or move or kill. Where are you? Where are you hiding? I'll get you. I know you killed Willie. Why can't I get a dying thing? Come on.
West London CRD, Sergeant Wallace speaking.
Ted, thank goodness you're there. I'm speaking from the morgue.
Well, look, Tom, if you're following up the hit and run story, you'll get nothing at the morgue. We've taken a sample of the paint from the tramp's trousers.
No,
could be a stolen car.
You don't understand. It's Willie.
Willie?
Yes.
Oh, you mean old man Dalton?
Yes.
Oh, what about him? He's there, isn't he?
He's here, all right. He's no longer in charge. He's one of the charges.
Here, look. Are you drunk?
No.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to tell you. I've just found him. Refrigerator cabinet number 28, reserved for corpses awaiting autopsy or identification. We won't need an autopsy to discover how Willie died. He was murdered. The back of his head's bashed in.
Yeah, what are you saying? You mad? Lying in a...
Yes.
Now, look, Tom, if this is a joke or a newspaper...
Do I sound as if I'm joking? You better go over quickly. I'm not joking, Ted. I'm scared. I'm scared out of my wits. Maybe I've lost them already. My wits, son. But maybe that's what he wants, whoever it is listening to me now. He wants my fear to drive me away from here.
Keep hold of yourself. I'll be right over.
All right. Did you hear that? Whoever or whatever you are, that was my friend, Sergeant Ted Wallace of the CID. In a couple of minutes, he'll be here. Ted and a couple of constables. You can't escape there, can you, huh? No windows. Everything's air conditioned. There's only one way for you to get out of this morgue, and that's through that door. Now, that you have to pass me, eh? Well, go on. Why don't you laugh, eh? Go on, laugh. I know you're hiding behind one of those cabinets. Laugh, you rotten, filthy murderer. Go on, scare me. Challenged whoever it was. Scared. Every nerve in my body began to tremble. If I didn't pull myself together, I too would become a candidate for one of those cabinets for corpses. What was the matter with Ted Wallace? Why did he take so long? And then I saw it. In the fifth row of the cabinets was one that I pulled out and not replaced. It had contained the dead body of a man who must have been in his early 40s. Slowly it began to rise until it stood erect. It spoke. Go, mortal. Go. Leave the dead to the dead. You can't fool me. Let us rest in peace. The old man was sent to his final rest because it was decreed that he would want to end his mortal days. Wait a minute. Who are you? Go. Lest we claim you. Crazy. I'm sure it was. But I became crazy, too. I could take it no more. Who was I to be the avenger of Willie's death? The sentinel guarding the gates of death. I ran. I'm not a coward. I don't care. Let the police do their own death work. Where are you going? Tell me. Here, take it easy, old man. Thank heavens you're here. I'm sorry, Ted. I can't get hold of myself. Have you brought anyone with you? Yes, of course. 2 constables. Keep them here by the gate. There's something or someone in there. Have you been drinking? Drinking? I've come over here because you told me that Willie, dear old Willie, is lying in one of those cabinets. Yeah, that's what you said, cabinet 28. Well, come on, show me. Tell them that those 2 cops. Tell them not to move from the gate. Yes, all right. Anything for a quiet death. Oh, sorry, Tom. I know that wasn't funny. Yeah. Is he really dead? Willie, I mean. All right. Let's go in. As we walked towards the cabinets, my feet felt like tons of lead. I could see Ted looking at me out of the corner of his eye, wondering if I'd brought him out on a hoax, or I was drunk, Or worse. Cabinet 28. Yeah. You said he was murdered. His head bashed in. What were you running away from? I knew a ghost and a killer scaring the wits out of me. Well, killer, ghost, you've got company. I've got the law with me. Why don't you laugh now, you rotten swine? Yeah, listen, Tom. I'm telephoning an ambulance. You're going to hospital. Maybe we'll both go to the hospital before we leave here tonight. Maybe we'd better book our accommodation here. Well, why don't you laugh at that ghost? Yeah, leave the ghost for a moment. Where's Willie? You don't understand. Somebody walked out of that cabinet. Oh, one of the corpses? Yes. Laugh as much as you like. There he is. 5 months to go before he was to say goodbye to his dead, and now death has claimed him permanently. Yeah. Stop searching the place with your eyes like that, will you? You make me nervous. I'm making you nervous. You haven't done anything. Wait till our friend starts making with his laugh. All right. You satisfied that Willie's dead, eh? Yeah, I am. Let's look at that scar. You see? Yeah. Do you think a ghost did that? I think we'd better all go back to the station. I'll keep these two. Are you crazy? You can't do that. What about the killer or whatever it is? He's here, hiding somewhere. Yes, I know. It was a corpse that stood up yesterday. You've hit the nail on the head. It was a corpse that wasn't a corpse, no? Someone who was supposed to be dead. Someone who had to get out of here because... Yes, they had to get out of here before they commenced an autopsy on his live body. Yes. Is that right? Is that why you killed Willie? Come on, Ted. What now? The fifth row. Come on, quick. This is it. That's what? No identification tag. This cabinet was supposed to be empty. And yet I saw a corpse stand up and frighten. Quick, back to the other one. All right. Now, look. There's supposed to be a corpse in this cabinet, but not the corpse of Willie Dalton. It says Arthur Hudson awaiting burial. Yeah. Well, now. Yes, now, just a minute. Let me open this. Yeah. And that's poor Willie, eh? Yeah. His shirt's off, one shoe, and that's when I must have interrupted the killer. And I thought it was a ghost. But don't you see, the undertakers would have arrived and poor Willie would have been buried as Arthur Hudson. Yes, and that means the corpse that frightened me out of my wits was Mr. Hudson, who isn't a corpse. Yeah. Now look here, Tom, this sounds crazy. Now look, sir. Even before I started getting scared, I couldn't search the morgue properly because I daren't go too far from the entrance hall, or the exit, if you like. But now that our two friends are at the gate, we're going to search this place until we find friend Hudson. There's nothing here, Tom. He must have changed his hiding place when I ran like a scared rabbit. He must be in... Yes, he must be in one of those refrigerating cabinets. What, you mean playing at being a corpse for the second time? That's it. We're going to get you. You'll swing for this. All right. Nothing there. Try the next one. Not there. What about this one? Yeah. Well, I'll be... Quite a bloom on your cheeks for a dead man. Get up, corpse. Get up, Sheila. Have you got him? Yes. He looks pretty, doesn't he, with his eyes closed? Yeah, careful, Tommy, maybe... Yeah, I can see. All I've got to do is press his nostrils together like this. If he stares, he won't mind. Like that. Stand up, ghost. Poor corpse. It's very cold, isn't it, without your clothes on? I'll bet you 100 to 1 this swine didn't bother about his fingerprints. Willie would be missing, not dead. He was killed 10 minutes before the morgue was due to shut for the night. Stop him! Hold on, Constable. They got him. Well, is your name Arthur Hudson? I'm arresting you for the murder of... I'm cold. I'm shivering. Oh, cold, are you? I thought Ghost didn't feel the cold. Please, blanket or something. It was all right in the drugstore. Please, I catch my death of cold. Oh, you'll catch his death of cold. Morning, sir. Oh, come in, Tom, come in. Yeah, I read your piece this morning. You said there were questions that need to be answered. You said that there were likely to be sensational developments. That's right. Yeah, well, it's all in the bag. Arthur Hudson, An out-of-work actor meets Dr. Herbert Williams. Williams had been struck off the medical register after being sentenced for a drug offence. Well, now, he knew about Willie Dalton and the government morgue, since he was at one time connected with the municipal pathological department. That was the time. Yeah, that was the scheme. Hudson pretends to be very sick, see? Gets his landlady to phone Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams injects him with a drug that gives him an appearance of death, signs the death certificate, manages to get him put into the police morgue, and you know what? All for a 50,000 quid life insurance. It's a lot of money. Yeah. If poor Willie hadn't suspected something and hadn't telephoned me, they might have got away with it, too. Yeah, that's it. The idea was for Hudson to put on Dalton's clothes and switch identities until Hudson was safely out of the building. He tried to frighten you. You see, he couldn't leave until you did. He frightened me, all right. If you hadn't arrived in time... Yeah, well, never mind that now. They're both behind bars. Although friend Hudson is suffering from a severe chill. Really? You don't think that you're... Oh, excuse me, yes. Hello? West London CID, Sam Wallace speaking. Who? What? Yes, all right. I'll look into it. Yeah, we'll send a man round right away. No, not at all. I've got another story for you, Tom. That's good. What is it? No, that was Morgan and Sons, wholesale butchers. Their refrigeration room has been burgled. A carcass of beef has been stolen. You interested? You can go and fry yourself.
What a chilling experience for our young crime reporter. And as for that man Hudson, fancy giving poor old Willie Dalton such a cold reception. Actually, I don't think Mr. Hudson planned things very well, do you? The plan didn't have a ghost of a chance.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of King Cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
cave by the restless sea, we are met to call from out of the past stories, strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered again in the Weird Circle.
We are met in this cave by the restless sea to reveal the horror in men's minds. Listen to the Weird Circle. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, the murder of the little pig.
Down, Coquette. Down, I say. Now go to your corner. Welcome in, Monsieur Lahan. This is a surprise.
Excuse my dropping in like this, Monsieur Lecoq, but I must see you.
Well, yes, of course.
It's a pretty tough customer you got there.
Coquette? Oh, she's only bluffing. Please make yourself comfortable. Now, Coquette, stay in your corner.
Coquette? Isn't that the dog that was the principal witness in your last case?
Yes, and if she only could have talked, I would have not had such a difficult time. But you've come to see me about something, my friend. What is it?
Well, you know, Lecoq, I've been plaguing you for years to let me write up some of your interesting criminal cases. You know, are probably the most popular citizen of Paris.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, you are. Certainly the greatest detective of our time. Why, people weigh your least word. Just imagine how they devour one of your stories, fictionized. But now, you aren't putting me off any longer. My paper says get Lecoq's stories or get out. You don't want to see me lose my job.
Oh, hardly. All right, my young friend Lahan. You've bearded me at last in my own den. But I've known a lifetime of crime. Where would I begin?
Well, what about your last case, which involved the dog, Coquette?
Indeed, why not? That was a baffling mystery. It had a strange, unearthly element, which has never been explained. And it centered around a very pretty woman.
Well, it sounds made to order. And, by the way, how did you happen to acquire the dog?
Well, that's part of the story. We'll come to that. Now, let me think a bit about this story. Maybe I should refer to my notes. It's file number 23. Yes, and here it is. The murder of the little pig.
Well, does one murder pigs?
This kind, monsieur. You know how Parisians are. They're forever giving names to people whose appearance or personality reminds them of animals. In French criminal history, we've had the wolf, the fox, the rabbit, the leopard.
That's true.
And the little hairdresser, Henri Coudray, was called the little pig. Well, it was past midnight when I received word to hurry to the Rue Batignolles. That murder had been done. When I arrived, the police commissioner took me to the scene of the crime. And there on the bedroom floor, the body lay in the position in which it had fallen.
Well, there's little for you to do in this case, Lecoq. Old Henri Coudray, called the Little Pig, has been stabbed to death. And we know who the murderer is.
Oh, well, that's pretty fast work, isn't it? Or was the murderer caught in the act?
No, the murdered man himself enlightened us. Now, look. Look there on the floor beside the body.
Say, that's a name written in blood on the parquet floor. It's a gruesome sight, isn't it? What is the word? It's M-O-N-I-S.
Monish, the first half of the name Monistro, nephew of the murdered man. The little pig died before he could finish the name, but he gave us enough. You see, Jean Monistro is the sole heir to Coudray's large fortune. What a cinch of a case.
You think the old man started to write the name of his murderer in his own blood?
What else is there to think?
Well, I don't know. Have you noticed the expression on the face of the corpse? Death must have been instantaneous because Coudray died calm, smiling. His assailant must have been known to him.
Of course Coudray knew his own nephew.
Yeah, but only a hope of revenge could have given so much energy to a dying old man. Imagine how desperately he would struggle to write the name. Why, every split second would count. He knew his life was expiring. And have you noticed something else, Commissioner? The name is written on the right side of the body.
And written with the forefinger of the right hand. Oh, come now, Lecoq. This is a simple case. Don't try to make something complicated out of you. I'll convince you. I want you to hear the testimony of the caretaker. Well, Jacques. Jacques, come in here a minute.
Yes, monsieur.
Now, will you tell Monsieur Lecoq what happened last evening?
Oh, yes, monsieur. Gladly. It was about 9 o'clock when the little pig's nephew, Jean Ministro, came to see his uncle.
Mm-hmm. Did you see Ministro face to face?
Well, no, monsieur. You see, my apartment is on the first floor.
Yeah.
And John had already started to walk up the stairs when I looked out of my door.
Oh, so then you only saw the man's back?
Well, yes, monsieur. But he had on a suit I had seen Jean wear time and time again. If I did not see his face, I did see his little black dog, Coquette.
Our chief witness, Lecoq, is the little black dog. For it was he who witnessed the murder.
But tell me, Jacques, exactly what happened.
Well, monsieur, nothing really happened. I saw Jean going upstairs and the dog Coquette tagging along behind.
Mm-hmm.
That was at 9 o'clock. And then at about 9:30... I'm a great one to look at my watch, monsieur.
I see.
At 9:30, I heard the entrance door open, and I saw Jean Ministro leave the building with the dog.
Commissioner, what time do you fix the murder?
Between 9:15 and 9:30.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jacques, did you see Jean Ministro's face as he left the house?
Well, no, monsieur. I only saw his back. But I would swear it was Jean, all right.
There's no doubt it was Jean Ministro who killed his uncle to get his inheritance. I've ordered my men to arrest Ministro.
Yes. Commissioner, have you observed that the night table is on the left side of the bed? And there's a newspaper dropped to the left of that chair. And an empty wine glass on the left of the desk.
Oh, go home and go to bed, Lecoq. I'm not going to let you make a mystery out of this plain, simple case.
I know, but I can't reconcile the peaceful, smiling expression on the face of the corpse with that writing on the floor in blood. I feel in my bones that Jean Ministro is innocent.
Yeah, come in.
Commissioner, we've arrested Jean Ministro.
Have any trouble with him?
No, monsieur. Ministro has confessed to the crime.
Well, I left the scene of the crime with my opinion unchanged. Though, indeed, my face should have been read, what with my innocent Jean confessing. And the first witnesses I examined only strengthened the state's case to establish his guilt.
Really?
Yes. I talked first to Marie, wife of Jacques, the caretaker. Marie, I believe, was an habitual eavesdropper. In any case, 3 days before the murder, Jean and his wife Clara called on the little pig Coudray, and listening in the hall, Marie overheard the uncle say,
"So you visit your old uncle in the middle of the week, huh? Never heard of such a thing. Now, don't tell me you're getting so fond of me that you can't wait until your usual Sunday visit."
We've come to see you about something special, dear Uncle Henri.
Not that we don't want to see you at any time. Well, you don't say. You'd ever expressed yourselves in such affectionate terms before. You must want something. Well, out with it. Out with it. My friends are waiting for me at the cafe for my usual glass of wine and game of cards. I can't keep them waiting all night.
Well, you see, Uncle, business is not going very well with me.
How can you run a jewelry business, Uncle, without plenty of stock? John simply can't design and make decent pieces.
Yes, I don't have enough stock on hand, not enough variety in jewels, and not enough general equipment. And now I have a chance to buy a jeweler stock at the Palais Royal for 100,000 francs.
100,000 francs?
Yes.
That's a very great deal of money, Jean. Took me many years to save that much money.
But you wouldn't miss it, Uncle, and it'll put Jean on his feet.
On his feet? Or on his head? I'm not really concerned where Jean finds himself, my dear Clara. After my death, you two may throw away my money as you see fit. But until death closes these eyes, I intend to keep my money and enjoy it. Yes, all of it.
No wonder you're called the little pig.
Clara, hold your temper.
Why should I? At last I'm going to tell him what I really think of him.
You were even more beautiful, Madame Clara, when you were angry. But you should watch your words. I just might take it into my head to leave all my lovely money to a foundation for stray cats.
I don't care what you do with it. The money will do us no good when we're too old to enjoy it. We need 100,000 francs now. Now!
Oh, come, Clara. It's no use.
Jean is wise, Clara. I couldn't even part with the 100,000 francs I've worked so hard to earn.
So hard to earn. All Paris knows how you earned your fortune. The rich, silly women whose hair you dressed talked too much, didn't they? I told you enough so that you could find out more. And you blackmailed them one after the other. You blackmailed them.
Oh, Uncle, don't pay any attention to Clara. If you know how impulsive she is. She doesn't know what she's saying.
I'm too old to hold grudges. Well, come now. My friends at the cafe are waiting. Good night, children. Good night. Watch the stairs. The hall is dark.
Pig. You little pig. Oh, Marie. You nearly tripped me. What are you doing out here in the hall?
Oh, merely cleaning up, madame.
This time of night. What do you take me for? Well, I'm glad you know now what kind of a man dear Uncle Henri is.
Come along, Clara. You've said enough.
Marie, when you bring up Uncle's cafe au lait in the morning, put a little arsenic in it for me, will you?
Oh, madame, how you talk.
Well, I hate the little pig. I'd kill him if I could.
Come, Clara, come. You shouldn't say such things.
Well, Marie's story made my theory of Jean's innocence seem very weak indeed.
Oh, I should think so.
Still, I insisted that when Jean left his uncle's house that night, he was not as yet a man driven to murder. Why, Jean wasn't even angry. Mm-hmm. He was not temperamentally the type to murder in cold blood.
I see.
But early in the morning after the murder, a surprise witness brought the guillotine even nearer to Jean Ministro. A well-dressed matron, Madame Dupont, told us this story. On the day previous, at some 10 hours or so before the crime, Madame Dupont went to Jean Ministro's shop in the Rue Vivienne.
Good morning, Madame Dupont.
Good morning, Monsieur Ministro. I am returning the bracelet.
Oh, is there anything wrong? I thought I had repaired it very skillfully.
This is not the bracelet I brought to you, monsieur. You have substituted paste for my genuine stones.
Oh, I've done no such thing. I'll let you look at them through my glass. But I see you are right. These are substitutes. Oh, I swear to you, madame, I don't know how it happened. I don't know what to say.
Perhaps your wife will know what to say.
What do you mean by that, madame?
Your wife was in the shop yesterday when I called for the bracelet. I thought she acted very strangely. She avoided looking at me and was eager for me to leave. She is not a good thief, monsieur.
But I can't believe that Clara would do such a thing.
Well, if you didn't remove the stones, monsieur, who else except your wife had the opportunity?
No one. Clara knows the work well enough to make the substitutions herself.
Yeah?
Oh, I see it all. Poor Clara's been worried half sick. We need money, and my uncle refused to help us. Clara did this thing for me.
You love your wife very much, don't you, monsieur?
Oh, yes, very much, madame. I swear I'll get the jewels back for you. Please don't go to the police.
Why do you think I've come to you, monsieur? I could have gone at once to the police. But I am a sentimental woman, and I have eyes in my head. One doesn't often see a man so much in love with his wife.
Oh, then you will promise to wait a little? I'll get the jewels back for you.
But what if she's already sold them? What if she spent the money? Can you buy such valuable jewels?
Don't worry, madame. I'll get the money. I'll get it somehow.
And so, you see, Lahan, Madame Dupont furnished the state with the strongest possible motive in the case against Jean Ministro.
Yes, I see.
But doubt as to his guilt persistently tugged at my mind. It was still early morning, and Jean had not been examined since his confession on the previous night. I wanted to get to him before he became exhausted and confused with the questions of others. I found Jean sullen in his cell and unwilling to talk.
I have nothing to say, monsieur. I've confessed. What more do you want?
But why did you confess, Jean?
That's a queer question. I guess the answer is I'm a man who doesn't know how to hold out. Hadn't gotten away with a murder, I think...
Jean, where did you buy the revolver you used?
I had it in my possession a long time. Years, I guess.
What did you do with it after you killed your uncle?
They threw it into the Seine.
Your little black dog, Coquette, misses you, Jean. She won't eat.
I wish I could have her here with me. She was a one-man dog. Coquette followed me everywhere. Please go now, monsieur. I've no more to say to you.
I left Jean now convinced that he was innocent. But where in all Paris would I find the guilty one? I decided next to go to the Rue Vivienne and call on Madame Clara.
What can I do for you, monsieur? No one is here. I mean to say, poor monsieur is away, and madame is just leaving.
But who are you, young woman?
Sybil, madame's maid. Now, if you wish to leave an order, or if you wish to buy anything...
I'm not here to buy, mademoiselle. I am Lecoq of the police department.
Oh.
I must speak to Madame Monistro.
Oh, my goodness, monsieur. Right away. Madame.
I'm right here, Sybil. I heard what the gentleman said. Down, Coquette. Go back. Go back in the room. Take him with you.
Come along, Coquette. Like a good dog.
Well, you have a very good watchdog, madame.
Jewelers keep good watchdogs, monsieur.
Does your dog never make up to strangers?
No, never. Coquette really only likes my husband. Why are you here? I heard you say you're from the police department.
Yes. Here is my identification.
I see. Well, perhaps you know I received a summons to appear at court this afternoon for examination. I must leave in a few moments.
Yes, I know, but I wanted to speak to you before you left.
Oh?
Do you think your husband is innocent, madame?
I'm sure of it. Jean couldn't kill a fly.
So it has seemed to me. Jean is not the type to kill even a fly. But you know that your husband has confessed.
I'm sure that Jean is convinced that I killed his uncle. He knew how I hated Uncle Henri. And then I did something foolish, monsieur.
Oh?
We needed money, and I borrowed some jewels. I believe that Jean found it out. But he didn't know that I still have the jewels, and I'm going to give them back to Madame Dupont. I'm sure he thought I was desperate, that I'd sold the jewels, spent the money, and then got frightened and killed his uncle, whom I hated, so that we could get the inheritance.
You have your husband's reasoning pretty well figured out, haven't you, madame?
Oh, but I know Jean so well.
Did you kill his uncle?
No, monsieur. And I have 3 witnesses that I was home that night. It was hot, and I asked 3 neighbor ladies in to have ice cream with me. They were here from 9 o'clock till after 10.
Well, if you have 3 witnesses, you have indeed a perfect alibi. But where was your husband at that time?
Well, it's quite unfortunate, but Jean went to see a workman about making some artificial pearls. Oh. Everything was unlucky that night for Jean. The workman wasn't at home. And I haven't been able to find anyone who saw Jean all evening.
What time did he leave the house?
About 8:30. He came home about 10:30. I know what you're thinking. Jean was away at exactly the right time for him to have gone to his uncle's apartment and killed him and returned. But I know Jean's innocent. I know it.
Where was the dog during the evening?
Coquette? It's a funny question. Well, I didn't notice where the dog went. Still, I believe Coquette followed her master. Yes, I'm sure she must have followed Jean.
La Hand, Madame Clara was from first to last a mystery to me. When I left the shop, I decided to question Madame Clara's neighbors and find out what they thought of her. They talked readily.
A pretty woman, but extravagant.
Madame Clara has admirers, lots of admirers.
I don't know anything about her. Madame is discreet.
She drove her husband to the crime, that's what I think. Yes, she had lots of admirers, but who can say one thing wrong about her?
And while talking to Madame Clara's neighbors, the idea came to me, which I was sure would put me on the trail I was seeking.
Well, what was that?
I had already seen Madame leave the house, so I knew I could find the maid, Sybil, alone when I returned to the shop.
Oh, monsieur, madame has left.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Madame gave me the name of a friend of hers, and I've lost the card it was written on. Now, a bright girl like you wouldn't be so careless, would you, Sybil?
Oh, monsieur, you have a good memory. You remembered my name.
Well, I couldn't easily forget. The name goes with such a pretty thing.
Oh, monsieur, now you joke with me.
No, Sybil, I'm entirely sincere before such youthful charm.
Oh.
And I can see how bright you are, too. I'll bet you can tell me the name of that gentleman. You know, he's the only man beside Monsieur Monistro himself, the only other person the dog Coquette would follow.
Oh, you mean Monsieur Victor?
Exactly, Victor. How silly of me to forget such a simple name. And his address was... Oh, let me see.
Oh, through door A number 23. It's not far from here.
Yes, of course. It's hard to account for the affections of animals, isn't it? Now, Coquette is unfriendly to everyone, so I'm told, to everyone outside the immediate family, and yet she's so friendly with Monsieur Victor that she would actually follow him.
Oh, well, you see, Monsieur Victor used to own Coquette, but he gave her as a present to Madame and Monsieur Ministro because they needed a watchdog. Oh, but Coquette still loves her former master. She often visits him.
Well, that's a quaint habit, isn't it? But I suppose the Ministros must lock up the dog so she doesn't go off visiting at night.
No, they don't bother to lock her up if they're staying home.
No?
Coquette often runs over to Monsieur Victor's after supper, around 7, and doesn't come back before 10. That is, if she can get out. Now, this week, Coquette's been a regular gadabout. She's been over to Monsieur Victor's every single night.
I knew before I was out of the Rue Vivienne the course of action I would take. It was bold, but it would save weeks of investigation. As you know, Lahand, it's in my character to take risks, and when I'm near the solution of a case, I'm inclined to be dramatic.
Yes, I know.
And especially in a case like this, where the evidence is purely circumstantial. Well, it took 3 days to study the house and the habits of Monsieur Victor, and to make other careful preparations. But it was an uncanny and strange circumstance that finally turned the case. On the 4th night, according to plan, Monsieur Victor was kept out very late. When he reached his apartment, he went to bed promptly and then to sleep very quickly, for he had been drinking a great deal of wine. But presently, Monsieur Victor was awakened by a voice, by an unforgettable voice.
Monsieur Victor, wake up. Wake up, Monsieur Victor.
Who are you?
You know who I am well enough. I am Henri Coudray, the old man you murdered.
Go away. Go away, little pig. Leave me in peace. Why do you come every night like this? Why do you stand there and look at me like that with that ghastly smile and the cut in your throat? Don't go away. Go away.
No, monsieur. It's no good hiding your head. I will come back and come back until I have driven you out of your mind.
But what do you want? What do you want?
Why did you kill me? Any man has a right to know why he was killed.
If I tell you, will you go away? Will you promise never to come back?
Yes, I promise. Now, tell me, and I will stay quite silently dead.
All right, I'll tell you. I love Clara. I dressed like Jean, took the dog Coquette to your house and killed you. And now Jean will go to the guillotine. Clara will inherit your money, and in time we shall be married. I killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Got rid of you, and Jean and Clara will have your money.
Very clever, Monsieur Victor. And you wrote part of Jean's last name in my blood on the floor, didn't you?
Yes, that finished it. Now go back. Go back to your grave and stay there.
All right, men, grab him.
Oh.
You're under arrest, Louis Victor.
Oh.
Danton, turn up the light.
There's no use.
I got him. What is this?
Take that gun away from me.
All right, now he's handcuffed.
Well, Danton, that was a very good performance.
Well, thank you, Lecoq. It was a pleasure.
Who is that man? He's the image of Henri Coudray.
This is Philippe Danton from the Comédie Française.
How do you
Very good actor.
How do you do?
Well rehearsed and perfectly made up. You know, I'm almost ashamed to work this ancient trick, having an actor pretend to be a ghost. But it did work.
Oh, don't boast, Monsieur Lecoq. You had little to do with the success of your trick. The little pig Henri Coudray made your trick work.
Are you trying to tell me that a dead man helped us?
I believe he did.
What?
For the last 3 nights, I've dreamt a vivid dream, the same dream each night. I dreamt that Henri Coudray stood at the foot of my bed exactly as I saw this actor. Coudray did not speak in my dream, but when I heard his voice tonight, I was not surprised. I believe my dream had come true, that the apparition was really there, and that Henri Coudray wanted to know why I'd killed him, that if I told him, he would go and leave me in peace.
What? Are you really telling me the truth, that you actually dreamed of seeing Henri Coudray as you saw the actor Danton tonight?
Oh, what reason do I have to lie? You've got my confession now. It was not you, but the little pig Henri Coudray who trapped me.
And so, Monsieur Lahand, that is my file number 23. Do you think it will give you a good story?
Good story? It's amazing. Oh, by the way, you haven't told me how you came by the dog, Coquette.
Oh. Coquette, come here. You may leave your corner now. Come here, girl. Jean Ministre was so grateful to me for releasing him from facing the guillotine that he insisted on giving me his dearest possession, Coquette. She's a fine little dog.
Yes. You know, I'm afraid I'd make a poor detective. I lost sight of some of your clues. Now, what made you so sure that Jean Ministro was innocent?
Well, sometimes the things that are not seen are near enough to put the eyes out.
Yeah.
You remember how I had observed that the night table, water, wine glass, and so on were all at the left side for convenience? Mm-hmm. But the letters we found on the floor, M-O-N-I-S, were at the right of the body, written with the right hand. Well, I later confirmed my first impression that Coudray was left-handed. And besides, the police commissioner had greeted me with the information that Coudray had been stabbed. But later I asked Jean in his cell what he had done with the revolver, and he answered that he had thrown it into the river Seine.
Well, I suppose Clara was convicted as Victor's accomplice, wasn't she?
No, we suspected her, but suspicions are not proof. She denied knowing of Victor's affection for her, and we could get absolutely nothing against her. But always I have wondered, was Clara merely a clever, discreet woman and a good actress? Was she Victor's accomplice? What do you think?
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Murder of the Little Pig. Bellkeeper! Toll the bell!
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard another immortal tale in The Weird Circle. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Be here in this lonely cave by the restless sea once again next time for another immortal tale in The Weird Circle.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is furnished by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
A great many of the visitors to the Black Museum here rather expect to find a series of tableaus of gory murders, complete with ghouls flitting about from corner to corner and blood-stained doublets. They're often quite astonished to discover a place that rather resembles the old curiosity shop, although I confess I bear but slight resemblance to Little Nell. A great many of our exhibits here are quite innocuous in appearance, although most of them have been eyewitnesses to murder. For example, this one. It's a reticule, a woman's homemade handbag, crocheted a yellow string. It accompanied a woman to her death. Sergeant Neil Poole had, I think, most to do with finding the murderer. Your turn, Sergeant Moore.
This girl was found dead near Maidstone in Kent early on the morning of the 14th of October a few years ago. A really quite chilly morning, as Octobers in England are likely to be. The Chief Constable of Kent had requested assistance from the Metropolitan Police. That's Scotland Yard, you know. And I was assigned. Maidstone is about 40 miles from where New Scotland Yard is situate in London, on what used to be called the Old Kent Road. And it was no great feat to drive there in an hour and a half. I was directed by the police constable at the scene of the discovery to the local mortuary, where I met Sergeant Miles Bowley of the Kent Constabulary.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Paul, glad to see you. We didn't expect you so quickly.
The chap in the flying squad brought me down a new Jaguar.
Wish we had one. What kind you got?
Mark 7 saloon, bloody thing flies.
I rode in one once. Well, like to come in and have a look at her?
Haven't had my breakfast yet.
Oh, she's not going to upset you. Very clean, strangling job.
Oh? How long have you had her?
Let's see, 7:44 now. 2 hours about.
5:40.
5:35 to be exact. In here.
Wasn't light yet.
Just on sunrise. Milk roundsman saw a line beside the road.
Don't have many customers in here.
Not many, no. This is the lady.
Pretty.
Very. You see? Looks as if a scarf or something or the like had been twisted around her neck.
Medical examiner hasn't been here yet, huh?
Not yet.
Any idea who she was?
Not the foggiest.
Nothing to identify her, eh?
Not a bloody thing.
What have you done?
Well, we have a man out there where she was found, trying to find something.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps you'd like to go out there.
Yes, I think so, presently. Nothing in any of the pockets of this dress? Or did you...
The pockets were empty.
Had she been...
No, lying there quite peacefully. Looks as if she'd been walking along the road and fallen down.
You've checked this fellow that found her, of course.
Yes, of course, old boy.
Odd you didn't recognize her if she's from round here, and you'd think the milkman didn't know everyone.
He didn't know her.
We'll ask him again when we find who she is. Where's her other shoe?
Haven't found it. The constable's looking for it.
She certainly wasn't going for a walk in this kind of a shoe. City type. Not very worn, either. Though that's not exactly a city dress, is it?
It's like most girls wear around here.
Well, don't look like a working girl's hands, either.
I shouldn't say so, either.
I'd like to have a talk with this milkman.
Whenever you like. I'll have him brought in.
Right. Suppose we might go and look at the place he found her now?
Well, we don't have a Jaguar 7 saloon, but if you'll ride in my Ford...
I was happy to ride in his Ford to the roadside spot where a constable waited, clutching the missing shoe. That was all he had found. No indication of a struggle, no footprints. I checked that myself most exhaustively. Nothing. The milkman whom I interviewed told a most straightforward story. A little spry old man who knew all his customers intimately and was well and favorably known by them all. My suspicions of him abated for the moment. The other shoe, which the constable had found under a gorse branch, was no help either, except that it implied that the wearer was more accustomed to city pavements than to country roads. The medical examiner gave us his report at the Maidstone police station.
Ah, yes, Sergeant report. Well, there isn't a great deal to the report. Death was due to strangulation, of course.
You know how she was strangled, sir?
Apparently by cloth of some kind, a scarf or neckcloth, perhaps. There are no discernible marks of hands or fingers on the throat.
Was she...
She was not criminally assaulted, no. There are bruises on the right thigh, however, which were almost certainly made by a large hand, much larger than hers. Now, I've had them photographed in actual size here. This negative is of her hands to the same scale.
Marks were made by a hand much bigger than old Charlie Brooks, too. Brooks?
And the milkman, Doctor.
Criminal assault was attempted, Doctor.
I'm a doctor, sir, not a detective.
Yeah.
There is one curious circumstance which may have an effect on your investigation, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Judging by conditions indicated, without making an autopsy, the body of the young woman was held in an upright position for some time after death.
An upright position?
Either a standing or a sitting position, yes.
What could that indicate, Doctor?
I have no idea, Sergeant. Though I might hazard to guess.
By all means.
What, sir?
Well, I'm not a detective.
Well, we know.
But if the young woman had been riding, perhaps in a motor car... But that's absurd, isn't it?
If she was brought there by motor car from somewhere else, that'd be why nobody here'd recognize her. Wouldn't it, Burley? At 11 o'clock the next morning, the 15th of October, I was informed that Sergeant Bowley had uncovered additional information about the dead woman. I hurried to the mortuary where I found him in conference with a tearful middle-aged woman who I noticed at once bore a striking resemblance to the dead girl in the mortuary. He introduced us.
Mrs. Christie, Sergeant Paul.
How do you do, ma'am?
Sergeant.
Mrs. Christie has identified the young woman for us, Paul.
It's my sister Daphne.
Mrs. Christie's other sister telephoned her from London.
Our sister Diana. Daphne started into London to visit her yesterday morning, like she does every week. She never got there.
How did you discover that, Mrs. Christie?
She had a telephone call this morning from the sister in London.
From Diana. And I hurried and telephoned the police, and they said I'd better come at once. It is Diana. Oh, poor baby.
And where do you live, Mrs. Christie?
I used to live here in Maidstone, but I've a cottage of my own 6 miles out from the city now since my husband died. Daphne and I lived. I do.
And that is her in there.
Oh, Daphne.
She's identified her, yes.
When did you last see her, Mrs. Christie?
Yesterday morning.
Do you have any idea who...
Daphne didn't have an enemy in the world. She was the sweetest, the kindest.
Of course, Mrs. Christie, but is there anybody at all that you could think of that might...
No.
You said she went into London every week.
Yes.
How did she go in? By bus or train or...
She hitchhiked.
Hitchhiked? Catch rides with anyone who came along?
That's what she did.
Good Lord, didn't she know how dangerous...
I told her. I said, Daffy, darling, you never know.
That's right, Mrs. Christie.
1,000,000 times I've warned her, Daffy. I said, a day'll come. But she'd always laugh at me. Look at the money I saved for sweets, she'd say. Oh, she adored sweets. And I'd say, a day'll come, and so it has come.
And the things that she was carrying, Mrs. Christie?
What?
The things that are missing.
Oh, she was robbed then.
Oh, there was the attaché case.
She was carrying an attaché case.
Well, not really an attaché case, Sergeant. An old pasteboard folder it was, but she carried it so long we always called it the attaché case.
It could be identified.
Just a cardboard folder.
It could be identified, though.
It was just an old brown pasteboard. Oh, it did have her name on it.
What did she carry in it, Mrs. Christie?
Oh, just a few photographs that Diana had lent her. She was taking them back to London to her. Brenda's collar to be mended.
Brenda?
Brenda's Daffy's doggie. She's a little King Charles Spaniel. Oh, darling little Brenda, she'll grieve so. Oh, Daphne.
And the dog's collar was also in this pasteboard folder.
Oh, no, I remember. It was in the reticule. It wasn't in the attaché case. It was in the reticule.
There was also a reticule, madam?
Oh, is it gone, too?
We didn't find
a
it.
A little yellow string reticule I crocheted for Daphne for a birthday gift last year. Oh, Daphne. Oh, my dear little baby sister.
At this point, Mrs. Christie broke down completely and had to be taken away in a hysterical condition, unable to give us any further information. Upon recovering that same evening, she was able to supply a list of names of various acquaintances of her sister, and at Bowler's request found strength enough to set about crocheting a duplicate of the yellow string reticule, which she alone was able to do accurately.
The result, a most intricately contrived affair, which she completed during the small hours of the night of 16th of October, was carefully photographed and the prints given general circulation, in the hope that anyone recognizing it would communicate with us. It was, of course, obvious that the possessor of the original would also possess information of which we stood in need. 4 days later, the original was returned to us. We showed it to Mrs. Christie.
That's it. That's Daphne's reticule that I made. You see, it's just exactly like the one I made from memory for you. I told you I'd remember it perfectly.
Sergeant Bowley asked the woman who returned it where she had got it. He reported to us.
Her name is Mrs. Jessie Bowen, B-O-W-E-N.
I never heard Daphne mention the name.
She says she didn't know your sister.
Well, where did she get it then?
She says it was given to her by a Mrs. Adelaide Greenbaum.
I never heard that name either. Where did she get it?
We're looking for her.
We found Mrs. Adelaide Greenbaum. She admitted giving the yellow string reticule to Mrs. Bowen. Where had she found it? It had been given to her by a Miss Polly Cavanaugh, she said. Who's this Polly Cavanaugh? I asked Bowley.
We'll find her.
We did. We found her visiting a cousin, a retired corporal major of household cavalry living at Altrincham. Yes, she had given the reticule to Mrs. Greenbaum. Where had she got it?
Certain Mrs. Emily Beveridge had presented it to her, she said.
I'm sure I'd never heard of Mrs. Beveridge.
I'll find her. I'm getting a little tired of reticules, though, Sergeant.
Mrs. Emily Beveridge agreed as she happily brewed a pot of excessively weak tea for the sergeant that she'd given the bloody thing, that was Bowley's own phrase, to Mrs. Cavanaugh. And where had she got it, I asked.
You may believe it or not, old boy, but she got it from a nephew, Reginald, she assures me.
And Reginald?
I have thoughtfully brought Reginald with me.
Where is he?
Reginald! Sir? Come here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is Reginald, Sergeant Poor.
Reginald Apgar, sir. I'm Mrs. Beveridge's nephew.
Sit down, young man.
Yes, sir.
Did you know Miss Daphne, what was her name, Bowley?
Cordwainer.
Daphne Cordwainer?
No, sir.
You didn't know her?
No, sir.
Where did you get her purse?
Purse, sir?
That yellow string bag you gave your aunt.
Oh, that. I found it, sir.
When?
Why, the 15th of this month, sir.
Oh, why are you so sure of that date, young man?
It's my Aunt Emily's birthday, sir. I gave it to her as a birthday gift. It's no use to me.
Tell him where you found it, Reginald.
Oh, floating in Beltane's Tarn, sir.
Where?
Beltane's Tarn is a pond, Paul.
I doubt Beltane the Smith ever was there, sir, but it's supposed to be haunted by him.
Tell him where it is, Reginald.
Oh. Well, sir, it's about a quarter of a mile from the road.
Tell him what road.
Oh. The road, sir, where old Charlie Brooks found that girl's body.
Tell him what girl's body, Reginald?
Oh, well, that Miss Daphne Cordwainer.
Well, did you murder her, Reginald?
Why, no, sir. I didn't murder her.
What were you doing there?
Well, sir, I'm a scoutmaster, sir.
Speak up.
Well, I introduced bird watching in my troop. We've been quite successful, too. I mean, rather bird photography more than bird watching. Do you photograph wildlife, Sergeant?
I do not.
Go on, Reginald.
Well, I'd heard that plover were quite plentiful around Beltane's Tarn. The first this year, you know. And having nothing better to do, I took my camera kit. I have an Adams Minex 4x5. Jolly good camera, that.
Yes, I'm sure. Will you get to the point, please?
Why, no necessity to be rude, sir. I'm getting on.
Sorry.
Let him tell it his way, Paul.
May I go on, sir?
If you please.
Well, there weren't any plover. I did see a partridge in plumage, though, but he flew away before I could get my camera open. You know an Adams Minex, sir. Wonderful camera. But...
I don't know anything about it. Now, please get on with it.
Well, then I walked down to the tarn, and there was this thing floating in the water. So I picked it up, wrung it out, and took it home to Aunt Emily.
Is this true?
On a scout's honor, sir.
How did he get there?
My dear man, how could I possibly know?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out, young man.
I'm sure I don't understand you, sir.
It may be that you will in time. Would you be willing to accompany me to this place?
To Beltane's tarn, sir.
Would you be willing to accompany me and Sergeant Bowley here to this place and help us find whatever else we might be able to find, Reginald?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, sir. I found something else, but I doubt it's very important.
What?
This piece of pasteboard, sir. It's apparently been torn from one of those cheap attache cases. Probably doesn't mean anything.
Let's have a look, Paul.
Wait a sec.
But it's got that name written on it in pencil.
What name?
Daphne. Look. See? Here.
Yes, I see. Reginald, would you mind waiting a moment out in the other room, please?
Not at all, sir. Here, sir?
There, if you please.
Yes, sir.
There is either the most naive young man I've ever seen, Bowley.
Think so?
Or the wickedest. Do you think he's too young to hang, old boy? And so, clambering over hill and dale in the manner of a Red Indian, I followed Reginald Atgar from the spot where the body was found, in search of Beltane's tarn. Miles Bowley followed doggedly in trace, grunting like the behemoth of Holy Writ. This time of the year, the Kentish countryside is suitable only for hares, underbrush, plover, and youthful scoutmasters, not for policemen in their piety.
How much further is it in Gog's name?
Oh, Reginald said.
Where's he gone?
Don't ask me. Probably coursing up and down like a blasted ferret.
I don't think ferrets course.
Yeah, neither do I. Call him.
Reginald! Reginald!
Reginald!
Gone away, the little blighter.
Reginald!
Why on earth you wanted to come out here with him is more than I'll ever know, Paul.
It's a good spot for a confession, old boy.
Reginald!
I wouldn't believe there's country like this left in England.
Reginald!
Calling me, sir?
Reginald.
Where have you been?
On the other side of the wall, sir.
Wall? What wall?
Oh, there's a wall across the path here. It's only 9 or 10 feet high.
9 or 10 feet?
Can't we go round it?
Well, why not?
Oh, it's 2 miles long. Too much trouble. But we can hop over it. Come along, follow me.
Hey,
Reginald.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Is this the only way to that blasted lake?
Yes, sir.
The only way?
Oh, it isn't far now, sir, after we climb the wall.
Let's sit down.
Oh, my feet.
Look here, Reginald.
Yes, sir?
Where in heaven's name are you now?
Up here on top of the wall, sir.
Top of the wall.
It's not as high as I thought, sir. It's only about 8 feet.
Come down here like a human being.
Yes, sir.
Don't jump on my feet, boy.
Those are my feet, sir.
You shook the ground.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Look here, Reginald.
Yes, sir.
I think the time has come to ask you a question or two.
All right, sir.
Well, sit down.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, do you really expect us to believe that whoever murdered Daphne Cordwainer took that yellow reticule of hers.
Oh, what, sir?
The little yellow string bag.
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you expect us to believe that the murderer took that thing and carried it through this infernal underbrush and up over that 15-foot wall?
It's only 8 feet.
Well,
sir.
whatever it is, do you expect us to believe that he carried that thing all this way through all this...
Impenetrable forest?
Yes, just to throw it in the lake down there for the unutterably foolish purpose of making fools of Scotland Yard?
And the Kent Constabulary?
Reginald?
Why, no, sir.
What?
I expect he threw it in the stream back there by the cider mill and it floated to the tarn, sir. Sirs.
What stream?
What cider mill?
Why, back there where we started, sir. The cider mill's down the road, on a little by-road.
Where?
About a mile from Maidstone, where we came in. I thought you knew about it.
Do you, boy?
I remember it years ago, but I'd forgotten. Besides...
Bowley, I could kill you cheerfully.
Poor, I would cheerfully submit. Oh, my feet.
What about this stream you're talking about, young Reginald?
Oh, it's only a little stream, sir. It runs through the woods. Part of it's underground. Can't tell where it runs until it comes out in the tarn. Never dries up, and it...
Could he have thrown those things in the stream?
Oh, yeah, they float right down to the tarn, sir. Come along, I'll show you.
How did we get there?
Right back the way we came, sir.
My
feet. Tisn't far, sir.
Here's what I want you to do, Bully.
Oh, no.
If you don't want to go back and find the cider mill...
It's only about a quarter mile along the road after we get there, Sergeant.
I'll never make it.
Very well.
Eh?
You sit here and rest, old boy. I'll go back and find the cider mill.
Poor, you're a gentleman.
And then Reginald will come back and show you how to find the town. And you wait there and see if my notebook, which I'm going to throw in the stream, arrives safely.
But...
And if it doesn't...
Oh, it will, sir. Things always do float down.
And if it doesn't, then you'll have the honor of arresting the young man who's made a fool of us.
Who's he, sir?
You see, Bowling?
I don't understand. Who's he, sir?
Never you mind, Reginald. You'll find out, my boy. So long, Bowley. Hope you're a good wall climber. Reginald showed me the weary way back to the road, to the cider mill, to the stream. He bounded away again full of the vitality of youth as I sat by the stream's edge and panted and watched him hasten away full of energy. It had taken 20 minutes to shepherd Bowley to Beltane's tarn over the stone wall. It would take half an hour, he said, for anything to float down the stream to its destination in the tarn. So there was plenty of time. I walked over to the ancient building that was the mill and sat down on a pile of brand-new bricks that stood in front of the door at the edge of the lane. An equally ancient cider maker came out to see who called. Hello, I said.
Hello. Hey, you want a sup of cider?
I bless you in my prayers, my friend.
What? Come on in.
With the greatest of pleasure, I assure you.
Help yourself, mate.
Your health, Gaffer.
Oh, drink hard, sir. Good, eh?
Man.
Quite a journey through the wood just to toss a thing in the tarn stream, eh?
Many people do it.
Brings luck, they say. Hasn't brought me no luck in 54 years.
See, you're going to do a little repairing, eh?
Where?
The new bricks, I mean, out there. Don't come from around here, do they?
Cambridge.
Oh?
They've been sitting out there ever since 14th of this month.
14th?
14th, yeah. Every man comes here has to try the tarn stream. Now, that great ox what brought the bricks tore up a cardboard sack and throwed it in.
He did? Cardboard sack?
Yeah, great envelope like. Oh, everybody throws something in.
Brings them luck.
Never brought anybody any luck. What is it? Superstition?
He throw anything else? This lorry driver that brought you the bricks?
By crikey, he did. Some kind of little yellow purse. It looked like he stole it from his girl. He threw it right in the water. It's right down there in old Beltane's tarn. Right this minute. It won't bring him any luck down there.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right, friend cider maker.
You got to throw something in too?
No. I think I'll go find the lorry driver that threw the girl's purse in.
It won't bring him any luck.
It might.
No.
It might bring him bad luck. It did. We found him at Cambridge loading his lorry in the brickyard. We asked him if he'd killed Daphne Cordwainer. After a while, he said he did.
Picked her up to give her a ride.
But she was on her way to London. You weren't going to London.
Well, she tried to rob me of my purse. She was a thief.
Where did you have your purse?
What? Why, it was hanging on a peg in the back.
And she was stealing it.
She was. She attacked me while I was driving.
How'd she get back there to steal it?
While you were driving?
What was your jacket doing back there?
Why, I always hang a jacket back there. Where else would you want me to hang?
You were driving your lorry at 5 a.m. of a cold October morning.
Well, I didn't think it was cold at all. I took my jacket off. It wasn't cold.
In the rain? In your shirt sleeves?
Well, the rain didn't get in the window, you know. It wasn't because my sleeves were down.
He had the bad luck to be able to think of nothing but lies. And with the 4 convictions the CRO dug up, all of them for attacking women.
He was tried for murder. He was found guilty.
He was hanged at Wandsworth Prison in January of the next year.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Guy Spall, Lester Fletcher, Kathleen Cordell, Peter Forster, and Pat O'Malley. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. It was just 175 years ago this June that the Stars and Stripes were adopted.
The Witch's Tale. The fascinations of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
And 22-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. We want lots of darkness when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon, with the light of the moon and the stars, you'll see a barren stretch of land where 2 roads meet in old Massachusetts State. 3 policemen stand a-talking there beside their motorcycle bikes, and soon you'll hear the story of the Haunted Crossroads. The Haunted Crossroads.
Sure you're not scared to have us lady here alone, Tom? Of course he's scared, Sergeant. Look at his knees shaking. I'll probably yell for help the minute you guys get out of his sight.
Sure, James. I don't think he is properly frightened.
I guess not. Well, if he sees any spooks, he can't say we haven't warned him.
Seriously, boy, you'll keep your eyes peeled for other scenes and ghosts on this patrol.
You bet I will, Uncle Pat. And I hope it's my luck to have the skunk who knocked up Smith and Barclay here start something with me. Well, I hardly think that'll happen. Those killings weren't done by the same man.
They were both stabbed in the back the same way.
Oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. Several fellows were stabbed to death here right after the Civil War. And another about 20 years ago, according to all records. It wasn't the same murderer who got them, and 2 cops of our troop. Well, unless you believe the crazy stories about this place being haunted.
Well, I must be riding back to troop headquarters with Captain Elton and be skinning the hide of it.
And you, Gene Hardy, you better be after getting on your patrol. Well, I'll get the old bike moving. Oh, when you get home in the morning, Tom, remind your sister she's got a movie date with me tomorrow night. Kathleen's not apt to forget any date she has with you.
So, but Hardy, your job at the moment is to keep your eye peeled for speeders and reckless drivers.
Well, I'll try to remember that, Sarge.
Well, good night. Good night, Gene.
Night, bye.
Kathleen, the morning,
What the? Tom! I'm coming back, kid. Coming back.
Gene! Gene!
I'm coming, Sarge.
It's Tom almost down.
Sarge, what is it? What has happened?
Sweet.
I'm here. What happened? Tom!
Yes. He's dead.
He can't be dead. We just left him.
I started right after you rode away. Then I heard him yelling, "Oh, merciful God, I have raised that boy. He was like my own son."
He's been stabbed in the back. Oh. Just as Smith was stabbed a week ago. And Barclay.
Here at these same rotten crossroads.
Now pull yourself together, Sarge. You know what I thought of, Tom. But we're cops. Listen, you were back here before I did. You must have seen his
saw no more than you see now. Whoever did it got away.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Tom wasn't alone here more than a minute. No one could have gotten to him across these open fields and then away again between the time I left and come back. Yet I saw no one but him and you. What was that?
A woman's laugh. A woman's laugh. You hear it too?
It sounded here, beside me.
Right here beside it. At my very elbow.
Yet no one's here that we can see.
An invisible woman. That's the craziest part of your whole crazy story.
But we did hear it, Captain Elton.
It's true, so help me. But there wasn't any woman, by your own confession. You said you searched and couldn't find her.
We looked everywhere around, sir. But there's no place there for anyone to hide.
And like the hicks around here, you come to the conclusion those old crossroads are haunted. A female ghost stabbed Tom Fallon with a very ungodly steel knife, I suppose, which she carried away with her because you couldn't find it either. That's a fine way for 2 policemen to explain a murder.
We're only telling you what really happened.
But it couldn't have happened.
Just the same it did. Now, look here, sir. Tom Fallon was my closest friend. I'm engaged to marry his sister. And Sergeant McGee here is his uncle. You don't think we'd lie to you when Tom's dead body lies out there in the squad room?
He was like me own son. Oh, here, Sergeant Pat. Sit down. I'm sorry I have to pound at you like this. But Tom is the second of the troop that has been killed inside a week. At the same place. In the same way. And last year we found Barclay dead there. 3 policemen stabbed to death and we haven't a single lead to the rat who did it.
You think the same person killed them all, sir?
Yes, and that person's a man. Not a laughing, invisible woman. A man with strength enough to kill with a single blow. Hardy, you say Fallon wasn't out of your sight for more than a few minutes before you heard him scream.
Well, I'd only passed the first turn south of the crossroads, sir. A minute and a half at most.
And you got back to him in about half that time. How about you, Sergeant McGee? I left Tom right after Trooper Halley rode away, sir, and headed north. And neither of you saw any vehicles approaching from the east or west, nor past any?
No, sir. There was no traffic at all.
Then, in the 70 or 80 seconds that Fallon was alone, someone ran across that completely open space drove a knife into Tom Felon's back, and then went away again.
It's crazy, but that's the way it must have happened.
It's the only way it could have happened. It didn't happen. It's impossible. The world's greatest sprinter couldn't have covered the necessary distance in that short time, and a running man must make a little noise. Yet Felon saw and heard nothing until a knife was in his back. You're lying to me, both of you. By the Lord, if I didn't know how close you were to the boy, I'd say you bumped him off yourself.
Captain, help, don't say that, don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that, of course. But unless you fellas change the story, the coroner's jury is going to ask some mighty embarrassing questions. You've established yourselves as the only persons in the vicinity who could have come close enough to Fallon.
No one's going to think we had anything to do with this when they recollect those other killings at the crossroads. Even if they won't believe we heard that woman laugh. You've forgotten, Captain, that Tom is the third to die out there. By the same man's hand, you say. Last week when Smith was killed, Sergeant McGee and I were on duty with you in this station from the time Smith left here until his body was found. And when Barclay got here a year ago...
Then George, you and I were up in Main Corridor doing some fishing. Don't you remember him seeing here?
And I was serving a motorcycle escort for the governor. Now, no one will question that alibi.
Yeah, you're right. But if you've told me the truth about tonight, what's the answer? I didn't have to listen to such a nutty yarn about Smith and Barclay's murders, for no one was near him when it happened. They'd been dead for hours when found. Oh, excuse me, boys, the things I've said. If I don't find someone to pin these stabbings on pretty soon, I'll be believing those damn crossroads are haunted. That's all. Just a minute. Tom?
There's Fallon here, sir.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Does she know her brother is...
No. I telephoned her to come down here. That's all. You'd better break the news, Pat. You're her uncle.
No, not me. I can't even see her now. Let me out this other door before she...
Quiet, here she is.
Captain Nelson, why did you telephone me to come down here? Uncle Pat, why are you here? What's wrong?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Uncle Pat, it's Tom. Something's happened to Tom.
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about it.
Kathleen, dear.
Miss Fallon.
Tom was posted at the crossroads tonight. He's been killed there, like the others.
Yes. Your brother is...
Oh, Tom.
Dearest Kathleen.
Let me out of here. Oh, let me out.
Oh, Pat.
I can't bear to hear her cry like that. I can't bear to have her eyes upon me. She has eyes like Tom, and they accuse me.
Accused?
Before God, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
Are you?
Yes, I killed him. I didn't tell you the truth. I never left him at his post at all. I killed the boy I loved because something from the blackest hell got into me. I stabbed a knife into his back because I couldn't help myself. I was made to do it. No, I'll pay for what I've done.
Don't let him get his gun! He shot himself.
Uncle Pat.
He's dead. Tom Fallon's murderer has just killed himself.
He stabbed my brother. Oh, no, he couldn't.
You heard what he said, Miss Fallon.
But who killed Smith and Barclay?
McGee couldn't have done that.
No.
Why did he say he couldn't help himself? That he was made to kill his nephew?
And what was the meaning of that woman's laugh I heard?
Drive on, no stopping here.
It's only me, Jean.
Kathleen.
You can put away your gun. But I'm glad to know you're being so careful here.
Why drive away out here at this hour, honey?
Oh, I couldn't sleep knowing you were posted alone at these crossroads tonight.
Dear, I told you not to worry. A troop has been posted alone here every night for 3 weeks now, ever since poor Tom was killed. And nothing's happened.
You think there's no danger here anymore, now that Uncle Pat's dead?
Look, you mustn't stop thinking about him now.
Well, it's rather difficult not to think about him. I'll never understand why...
He was out of his mind. That's the only explanation.
But what drove him out of his mind? What could have made him destroy someone he loved, as we know he loved Tom? And he said he was made to do it.
I don't know.
Jean, you're all I have left. If anything should happen to you now...
Now, nothing's going to hurt me, dear. Come on, get a hold of yourself, sweetheart.
But Uncle Pat had nothing to do with the other deaths here. He was miles away when Smith and Barclay were stabbed. Maybe this place is haunted.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff any more than I do. You're just all upset and Here. I'm going to disobey all standing orders of the state police and join you in this car for a little roadside parking.
Oh, no, don't get in. I'd rather get out and walk a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been out here before, you know. At night, I mean.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be here now. Fine thing, driving this deserted old road at midnight. Have you got that little gun I gave you?
Oh, yes, I always carry it when I drive alone.
Ah, that's good. Well, come on then if you want to walk.
Gee, exactly where did you find Tom's body? Uncle Pat kneeling beside him.
We're not going to talk any more about that.
Oh, all right. Surely wouldn't do me any good to know. It's such a gloomy spot here. No cars passing, no road lamps.
These are just old county roads. No state trooper had to patrol here regularly until
after Frank Barclay was found stabbed here.
Oh, Kathleen.
I want to talk about it, Jean. I loved Uncle Pat. He was a good man, not a killer or a maniac. And I've got to find out what made him do the thing he did. Find out what made him say he couldn't help himself. Uncle Pat was in Maine when Frank Barclay was killed. Tell me about that.
Well, all I know is that Barclay didn't report on schedule. When they found him, he'd been dead for several hours.
And then Smith, just a week before Tom.
Like Barclay, he'd been dead for a long time when found.
But Uncle Pat couldn't have done it.
Oh, he wasn't out of my sight, and that of a dozen others at any time that night. Well, after that, Captain Elton made this a fixed post.
Oh, I can't understand it.
Neither can anyone else.
And 70 years ago, the papers say, a town constable was stabbed here, and another constable about the time when we were children. That makes 5. All policemen.
Screwy, all right. But you mustn't think about it anymore, dear. And look, don't worry about me. Look around here. There's nothing but open spaces, sand and grass, and 2 level, hard dirt roads. Why, there isn't a bush or stone big enough for a cat to hide behind, let alone a man with a knife.
No one could come close to you here, except someone you knew and trusted. As Uncle Pat was trusted by Tom. As you trust me.
It's enough nonsense now. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. Yes, and keep that little automatic of yours handy on the way. Night driving's no business for a woman.
I wish you'd let me stay.
Not a chance. You want me to lose my job? That's what happens to cops who entertain ladies during business hours.
But it's so gloomy here. So silent and eerie. It looks like a haunted place.
Oh, bunk. Here, give me a kiss and say goodnight.
Oh, Jean, I can't lose you.
You're not going to. I'm safer here than I'd be in a church. What was that?
A woman laughing.
That's what I heard the other night.
Look there.
A woman's in the road.
Wasn't there a moment ago?
I'll soon find out.
Jean, come back here.
Stay in the car, Kathleen. You in the black dress. I want to talk to you.
No, don't follow her, Jean. Come back.
Wait, I tell you, whoever you are. Don't walk away from me. I'm an officer.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop. Oh, there he comes, Jean. Keep away. She disappeared. She vanished as I watched her. Where did she go to? Come back here, Jean. Come back. Come back.
I'm coming.
What happened to that woman?
Coming.
Jean, what's happened to you?
I've got to do it.
Why do you stare at me like that?
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Why are you opening that pocket knife?
I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
You look as though you didn't know me. As though I'm someone you hate. Jean, I'm Kathleen. You love me.
Kathleen. Love.
Don't come any closer. Keep away.
Kathleen. Love. You're done, Kathleen. Shoot me before I reach you. Shoot me. It's the only way to stop me, but I can't help myself.
No.
Just shoot me or I'll kill you with this knife.
Oh, you're mad.
Shoot. Shoot, I say, before I drive this knife into your back.
Oh, my God, forgive me. It's the only way. I've got you, Jean. I've got you. Oh, she's here beside me. The woman in black. Oh, give away. Give away. Give away.
Go on, Miss Helen. I want to hear more about this woman who laughed. This ghost.
Oh, please don't ask me any more questions now. I'll go out to that operating room again, Captain Elton. Make sure that Jean's going to live. I only shot him to stop him.
You stopped him, all right.
Oh, here's the doctor at last. Oh, doctor.
It's all right, Miss Helen. We've taken the bullet out of Cooper Hardy's shoulder, and he'll be up and around again in just a few days.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And also Jean's tough constitution. Now, that's off your mind. Will you please tell me exactly what happened at the crossroads tonight?
I'll answer all your questions now.
What I've already heard has made me very curious. Sit down, Doc. It's your office and your hospital. Go ahead, Miss Helen. Let's hear all about that laughing, appearing, and disappearing woman.
If I were you, Captain, I'd withhold my judgment a while. The Trooper Hardy has been babbling about the phantom woman under the ether. Under ether, people don't lie. He's been repeating over and over that he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't. Somehow she made him want to kill me. But he loved me. That love was stronger than her power. He had time to warn me.
So you obligingly shot him?
Yes.
Then the woman reappeared again?
Just beside me. And she laughed. She laughed horribly. And then, as I looked at her, she just wasn't there.
A woman dressed in black, you say?
Yes. A dress all folds that might have been a shroud. And her face was like the dead, but with an awful purplish tinge as if she'd been strangled. And around her throat there was a heavy rope that dangled to the ground. Oh, God, I'll see her till the day I die.
I don't believe in ghosts. You just shot one of my troopers. I don't care if you were engaged to marry him.
That's enough, Captain.
Oh, what?
I'm boss inside the walls of this hospital. And this girl is in no physical condition to stand your third degree. Besides, I think she's telling the truth.
The truth?
Why not? We can't call a thing a lie simply because we don't understand it. And have you any better explanation than we've heard for the tragedy at those old crossroads?
You don't think anything supernatural?
I think something that has lived beyond the span of ordinary human life is responsible. Remember those almost forgotten cases the newspapers have searched out? The man who was stabbed there in 1865? That other chap in the early 1900s? One of the reporters told me they'd discovered several more crossroads stabbings in the records. A peace officer was killed there in Andrew Jackson's time. And a member of the watch was stabbed when Washington was president.
Oh, policeman.
By Jove. I hadn't thought of it just in that light. Miss Fallon, you say the phantom woman had a rope round her neck?
Yes, a thick rope tied with a heavy knot.
A hangman's rope. And at the crossroads in the early days, criminals were hanged and buried.
What's that got to do with it?
Maybe a lot more than you think. Excuse me, Captain. Leave the chair aside so that I can get at that bookcase.
What?
I want to find something. Something I've read and more than half forgotten. Policemen, officers of the law. They've been the only ones to die at those crossroads where a gallows tree once stood.
Oh, that's a coincidence.
But you must admit a strange coincidence. Here's the book. An old history of this county.
History?
Here it is. I knew I read it somewhere. Look.
What is it, Doctor?
I'll read it to you. Listen. On that 13th day of August, 1721, by order of the King's Governor, a gibbet of good, stout oak had been erected at Berkeley Crossroads. That's the old name of our place, Captain Elton.
Go on reading.
And there the criminal, Goody Fairfax, was taken, still protesting her innocence of the foul crimes which had jeweled her tears.
No, I swear that I'm innocent. The officers are lying.
Hold more tightly on her, Peter, so I can fix this rope round her scrawny neck.
Let me go. Let me go. You cannot kill me.
She wriggles like an ear. Wait no more time. Fall to the bed.
No, I have done no murder. Have mercy. I am innocent, I swear.
Hey, you've had a fair trial, old dame, and been found guilty. And soon for your crime you'll be buried in the soil of infamy, here beneath this gallows tree. Hey! Oh, you cast me spit upon your grave.
I'm not suffer that, I won't.
The rope's fast at last. All is ready, my Lord Sheriff. When you give the word. Quiet! Quiet! Now, Lord, the King's High Sheriff speaks.
Nay, I who am about to die this unjust death will speak. Hear me, ye officers of so-called justice, who have decreed this fate for me. As I die innocent of crime, I vow to return from death the murderer you to hang me for. As ye officers of blind law do visit death on me, so I shall visit death on you, with no more sense of right or pity. You mean to bury me beneath this gibbet, in unhallowed ground, away from God. Whilst I remain away from God, beware. Beware, I warn ye, for not even death will stay my hate. I shall return to bring ye death, ye officers of law.
Though still screaming her threats of ghostly vengeance, the murderess Goody Fairfax was hanged to death. Then the old account goes on. Her body was cut down from the gallows and buried underneath it at Birthby Crossroads.
The Haunted Crossroads.
Captain Elton, whether or not you believe in ghosts, it might be a kindly thing if you search for Goody Fairfax's grave, and if you find it, to place her restless bones in hallowed ground. A kindly thing and a wise thing.
I haven't got over it yet. There were human bones, a woman's bones, buried beneath those crossroads.
I knew you'd find them if you only persisted in a search.
He persisted, all right, making us troopers do the digging. With me on double shift. Fine way to treat a man only a week out of hospital.
And a newly married man.
Oh, I thought that was a good way for you to earn your sergeant's stripe.
Sergeant's stripe?
Yeah, here's your warrant.
Captain Elton.
I had to make you two crazy ghosts here some kind of a wedding present, and this didn't cost me anything.
Oh, how can we ever thank you?
Be happy. And Kathleen, let that first shot you had at your husband be the last.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. You folks come see us again on my birthday. We'll have another cheerful yarn to sing ye.